Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Lords of the Night. With me, as always, is the Lord of Pain, Ranting Monkey.
Hello.
The Lord of Jurisprudence, P-Dog Knight.
What up?
And I'm your host, Scribe, the Lord of Punishment. Hello, chat. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Election Night Special. Oh, it's so special. Short bus special. As we go, Satsu is currently AWOL. I don't know where he is, so we'll just wait until he shows up, I guess. Or maybe he's out voting. I don't know.
He could be in line still.
It's possible. But otherwise, hello, everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. Yes, we were starting early tonight because some of the polls have closed. Some of the states have been called. As you can see on the map I have there, this is the New York Times live electoral map, or at least the maps that they've decided to generate. Be advised that anything up there that isn't 100% all tallied in is still technically up for debate, but this is their best guess. Your mileage may vary depending on what source you're looking at, but we'll talk about more as things proceed. Monkey, how are you doing today?
Once I wake up, I think I'll be fine. P-Dog, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm really good. I went out and voted today, and I've been watching the results. I was watching 5 streams before we started here, so
and I've whittled it down to 1.
Yeah.
Thank you, Puttock. Before the stream, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Oh, meatballs. You were the movie. Thank you. This is Kyle. Hello, chat people, Lawton and P-Dog. Hello, Kyle.
What's up, Kyle?
Yes, sir, everyone. We have yes.
How you doing?
Oh, me? Doing all right. Work was thankfully relatively short and painless, and then it was just a matter of hanging out and staying away from all the news stuff because I didn't want to get overexposed before the time really came, and here we are. But otherwise, guys, we have planned for tonight watching the election results come in. And otherwise, might do some stories, might do some Mad Libs, might have some other surprise guests on as things proceed. Don't know how late I will go, but I know that at around 11 o'clock Eastern Time, Monkey will be splitting off to start his own election night special, so stay tuned for that. But anyway, from the map we can see right now, we have 61 electoral votes called. And again, this is the New York Times. 61 electoral votes called for Donald Trump, 85 for Joseph Biden. And we still have Florida up in the air, Texas up in the air, Pennsylvania up in the air. North Carolina's got 62% reporting. Florida is just about ready to be reported on. There are some places that are already calling it for Trump. New York Times, their barometers. They have those barometers for state likelihoods and all that.
Yeah.
They've already called it for Trump there, but they haven't put it on their map yet. So that's one thing. But so far, as things are proceeding, do you guys see anything that is surprising you on the map?
No. Right now, it's a copy of 2008 or 2016, so not a lot. The only thing I guess that would be surprising from what I've seen is that Florida is going a little closer than anybody's willing to talk about. Everybody's like, well, I mean, it could go this way. That I don't know. Everybody's scared to call it Florida right now because Trump can't win without it. And so if they call that Democrat, then this race is over.
Thank you, Michael Caruza. Yeezy 2020. And before someone complains about me wasting my vote, I live in Washington. Oh, state? Okay. Well, that's probably true. I mean, it's, I think, unless something very drastic happens, I don't think the West Coast is going anywhere but blue. Real quick before I forget, Monkey Dick, Jim Jones, movies, video games, hit that like button if you haven't already, and many of you haven't, because why would you? It's election night. You got other things to do, right? Except watching us. And please share our stuff. Share it far, wide, sideways, and otherwise. If you do not know P-Dog Night, look up P-Dog Night. He does his morning show, Morning Night Live. What's that, 6 days a week, 7 a.m.?
Monday through Friday, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central.
That's why it's 7 a.m. on my side of things. Okay.
Correct.
P-Dog, you noticed anything interesting going on the map or where you are?
Not really. The only thing is they keep going back and forth in Virginia. It looks like they called Virginia now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still closed there. And then in Florida, the Miami-Dade results kind of surprised me. I mean, Trump got about 200,000 more votes there than he did last time.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's still close because Biden has been getting tiny percentages more in other counties. So, but the Panhandle is almost always red. So it's, it might as well be part of Alabama or Mississippi because it usually turns out that way. So I don't know. Right now, no surprises.
Let's see. Yeah, Virginia, I've been surprised at some of the numbers there, but they've the New York Times has already called it for Biden, even though the percentages they're showing here show Trump in a ridiculously large lead vote-wise and percentage-wise. I'm not quite sure how that hashes out, but then I don't know about the magic behind the scenes.
We talked about this before the show. Alexandria, up in Northern Virginia, right by D.C., there's a lot of people there, and it is almost solid blue. The rest of the state, I mean, it breaks down in various areas. Somebody from Virginia's going, Monkey, actually, just listen. I'm being very vague here, but most of the rest of the state is red. You have some places like the Hampton Roads area, which can go either way, depends on the year. And right now, the last I saw, it was still breaking for Biden, but much less so than it had for Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the only place I've seen so far already call Virginia. The New York Times there. Nobody else has called it that I've seen. And I've been flipping through various different channels.
Well, and the other thing is that what I was looking at still had Trump up in Virginia. So I was surprised that the New York Times called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, guys, when they call these things, they go by various things, like what counties have already come in. What I'm talking to the audience, not you guys. You guys just let it happen.
We're smart. No, sorry.
Yeah. Exit polling, historical trends, that kind of thing. It is not just the strict vote when they come to projecting a winner at the end of the night.
Mm-hmm.
So everything is still subject to change.
Yeah.
Most of it's not gonna, though.
Monkey, would you be a dear and message Satsu and see if everything's okay with him?
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of wondering where he is. Let's see. Unless he's over hanging out with Sinatra on Twitch right now, and just didn't tell us. Maybe that's what's going on. No, Ebony, I was not saying you were stupid. I was being sarcastic about how intelligent P-Dog and I are. That's the only save I've got. I don't know. By the way, just so you know, a rare instance where during a broadcast that isn't a TED Excellence, I have a pepper jack. So if I start acting a little goofy as things proceed, it's because I don't have a TEDx to melt my brain. It's just the pepper jack. But that all being said, how about we do a little bit of news? See if we can find something that isn't election related for a few minutes.
Sure, why not?
All right, let's see if I can find something that isn't election related. That's could be a tough row to hoe, I'm sure. But let me double check. I got to keep one eye on the control panel in case we have anybody show up. Let's see. How about this? Wisconsin trooper stops driver hauling snowmobile on top of his car.
Yeah, that ain't how you're supposed to do that.
Yeah, and that car looks like it's a little, what is it, a Corolla? Corolla? Yeah, a little Toyota Corolla. The Wisconsin State Patrol had a little advice for a guy who transported a snowmobile by strapping it to the roof of his Toyota Corolla. Bad idea. A trooper pulled over the driver on Highway 63 in northwestern Wisconsin on Sunday after seeing the snowmobile perched sideways on top of the sedan. The Wisconsin Department of Transportation tweeted a photo of the car with the Polaris topper on Monday with a message, quote, "Folks, don't try this at home." The 23-year-old driver was issued a warning about the hauling technique and cited for failing to buckle up. Okay. If that had fallen off of his car, a lot of worse things would have happened, but all right.
Buckle up himself or buckle up the snowmobile? That's
what I don't know. It's like he just like balanced it on the top as he went. I don't know. Let's see. What else is going on? We already talked about the apparently the train car that got saved by the whale tail has now it was successfully lifted off and removed. So I guess that's good. What's this? How about some animal action? You guys like animal action?
define animal action.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, okay.
You like
Uh,
Cenk Uygur animal action or?
Right.
New.
Okay.
Multiple
Gotta be
ads
clear.
popping up on me. Sharks wash up on beaches, stabbed by swordfish.
Wow.
The first victim washed up in September 2016. The police in Valencia, Spain, saw a blue shark dying on the surf among a tiny stretch of beach. They lugged the 8-foot corpse to the yard behind the police station. Then they called Jamie Panedas Sue, who soon suspected foul play. The shark had what looked like a bit of wood embedded in her head. He pulled it out slid a broken fragment from a swordfish sword that had lanced straight through her brain. Quote, I thought it was crazy, said Panedas, a graduate student at the University of Valencia and founder of LAMNA, a Spanish consortium that studies sharks. Quote, I was never sure if this was some kind of joke, unquote. But since then, at least 6 more sharks had washed up on Mediterranean coasts, each impaled with the same murder weapon and almost always in the head. In the latest example, an adult 15-foot thresher shark, itself equipped with a whip-like tail capable of stunning blows, washed up in Libya. Inside was a foot of a swordfish sword that had broken off near its heart.
Damn.
A foot of swordfish. Jesus. Taken together, these cases offer what may be preliminary scientific evidence of high-speed, high-stakes underwater duels that had previously been confined to fishermen's tales. Interesting. Historically, whalers, fishermen, and scholars saw swordfish as stab-happy gladiators, but modern scientists were skeptical. Sure, swordfish sometimes impale boats, whales, submarines, and sea turtles, but perhaps these swordfish had aimed for smaller prey and rammed something else by mistake. Or maybe not. When sharks die, their bodies typically sink to the bottom of the sea, so a published record of half a dozen stranded sharks with suspiciously precise wounds could indicate that these encounters are common and that a swordfish sword is sometimes exactly what it sounds like. Yes.
Maybe swordfish are sick as shark shit.
That's right. Taking all our jobs.
Quit messing with me, man. I'm going to stab you right in the heart.
Now, that's something they should put into the next Sharknado movie.
Right?
Swordfishnado.
Hey, you know that Lambda, the organization?
Yes.
That sounds like a fraternity in a nerds movie.
It does.
Lambda. Yeah.
Lambda. Omega Mu.
The Omega Moos. Oh, God.
They were wonderful.
That's true. Let's see. One more, and then we'll find something else to keep us occupied. Because can't go, since we're talking so much about Florida, how about a Florida woman story?
Sure.
A pregnant Florida woman story. Pregnant Florida woman pushes labor aside to cast her vote.
What?
A pregnant Florida woman didn't let labor stop her from casting her vote in the presidential election, refusing to go to the hospital until she filled out her ballot.
All right.
This story was reported on October 30th. Lady, you had a couple of days. Just saying. Officials with the Orange County Supervisor of Elections said the woman was already in labor when she arrived at the polling site with her husband Tuesday afternoon. Elections employee Karen Gonzalez said the husband asked for a ballot for his wife and later told the staff that she was in the car, in labor, and refusing to go to the hospital until she was able to vote. Gonzalez said she rushed outside to give the woman her ballot and check her ID. The staffer thought the woman would fill it out later, but while doing some controlled Lamaze breathing, the woman filled the ballot out right away. Elections clerk Eileen Deliz said the couple never mentioned why the woman waited until she was in labor to cast her vote. I bet it was to get attention. Maybe I'm cynical.
Viral moment?
Yeah. Quote, maybe she wanted to come in person at one point, and that's why she was waiting. Who knows? But she wouldn't go to the hospital until she voted, Deliz said. Deliz said the unexpected incident delivered a bunch of smiles to the election workers. Really? What I said, lady, go to the hospital.
Yeah, she voted on what day? The 30th, 31st?
Well, the story's posted on the 30th. They don't say when it took place. So
you'd be out of the hospital. You'd been at home.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Serial killer is stalking sharks. Jack the Flipper. Oh, nice.
Are they allowed to take a ballot outside of the The polling place?
I suppose if it's supervised by a staff member, then I guess they make an exception. That's bizarre, though. Yeah.
Now imagine if one of the two presidential candidates won by one vote.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Monkey had to make that argument to somebody today about not voting where he was.
Yeah.
It was like because he voted for his wife.
If Michigan goes Biden by 1 point and that costs Trump the whole election, then you can blame me as Trump supporters for not voting. Mm-hmm. Same reverse. If it goes for Trump by 1 point, Biden voters can be like, that fucking monkey. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I don't care.
What'd you call me?
God damn it. I was drinking, you shithead.
What the hell? This isn't that kind of show.
Sorry, brother.
All right. So I'm currently monitoring, such as it is, NBC News. What are you guys looking at right now?
I have ABC up.
Okay.
I figured Stephanopoulos, he's going to give me the hard-hitting news.
Oh, Snuffleupagus, yeah.
It's wonderful watching it because they have it set up. It almost looks like they have a telethon going on.
Right, yeah.
And very high-tech show, I'll give them that. But I want to point this out to you guys who are watching this stuff, because a lot of the people they're talking to are not in studio and they're just guests somewhere else. Mm-hmm. I love when they're introducing those people and they're sitting there with that really weird, big-eyed smile on.
Yes.
They make them look like they're inmates in an asylum. And then they start talking to them and they turn normal. It's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, it's like, huh? Yeah, the thing I'm amazed at looking at NBC News, I mean, if there's one thing I have to give NBC News, their dental plan must be amazing because everyone's smile in this broadcast could blind a small child. It's just ridiculous how bright, white, and perfect all their teeth are. So I'll give them props for that. But otherwise, it just the arrangement looks very similar to the arrangement of last year. They haven't changed their graphics all that much. I don't know if they're doing the big map on the skating pond like they did last year, but I haven't seen that yet. But the other thing, too, is all the correspondence with their masks on. I was saying on Twitch with Sinatra, I was like, they could dub over anything right now. We wouldn't know the difference.
Sure.
Yeah. Are you watching anybody in particular, P-Dog?
I'm watching other people's streams here and there. Like Crowder has 370,000 people watching right now.
Holy cats.
Daily Wire had 140,000.
Sure.
Rogan 546,000. I mean, it's crazy. Tim Pool 52,000. It's so, but I'm just watching. I'm flipping through streams and seeing what they are doing just because, and then I'm scrolling Twitter a lot too.
Yeah, the one that's someone out there, or several people out there recording for posterity's sake, just in case, is TYT.
The Turks.
I know that Dame Pesos has probably got the whole thing recorded, so he can split that up if things go sideways for them tonight for another epic meltdown stream. But I'm looking forward to that one if that happens.
When I first woke up, I tuned over there real fast, and it was amazing how sure Cenk was again. I only watched for like a minute and a half, and he's talking about Florida and how it's obviously going for Biden, which, guys, it can go for Biden, but saying it's obvious at this point, and by the way, that's an hour ago, is just nonsense.
Yeah.
But so certain.
Oh, yeah.
Like, did you not learn? Of course you didn't.
He's celebrating already. That's what he was celebratory at the beginning of their stream. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. And this is what boggles me. And I realize, attention spans and memories are very short these days, but between the media and the pollsters and especially the pundits, everybody's speaking in certitude and absolutes this early on in the process. I mean, if you roll your dice and you flip your coin and you're right, well, you don't look too stupid. But at the same time, did you learn nothing 4 years ago? Thank you, Okie Native. Hello, Monk, Scribbles, Substitute Jack. Oh, is that what P-Dog is? Substitute? Not even Substitute Satsu? Okay.
Damn. Well, to give a little context there to what you were just saying there, Scribe, I don't know if you saw just the other day, it might have been yesterday or the day before, Cenk put out a post on Twitter saying that Joe Biden definitely has this. the polls aren't even close this time. Like they weren't even close really in a lot of places last time that you thought was going to go that way. And somebody actually argued with me. I'm like, oh my fucking God. People argue with me over everything.
Doesn't Cenk just need to look back at the footage of his own broadcast from 4 years ago where he was starting out the night looking at the New York Times barometer going like, so it's a 75% chance that Clinton wins this. And then like 3 hours later, it's like 95% Trump's going to win. It's just like, dude. Anyway.
And actually it was 95 for Clinton, 98 for Clinton, the one they were watching. And yeah, it is funny. I will give him this. He was one of the first people who realized what happened.
Yeah, as soon as I think it was when he heard the numbers for Virginia or something, or at least not necessarily the outcome, but just the spread. And it was something like that. It was one of the moments that Dame Pesos put on his collage, and it was at that moment where you just see Cenk's entire world sink with one report of one set of numbers.
Yep, and he kept talking about, okay, it could happen, and throughout the night it just gets like, well, I guess. And then it's just like, fuck it, this isn't happening. But he was one of the first ones early on to go, oh, shit.
Yeah.
He was a pompous ass until then.
Yeah, and then suddenly it's like the Democratic Party is our enemy forever. Bro.
Yes.
Satsu, hello.
Yo, what up, though?
Where you been, yo?
Well, I started cooking dinner and planned it out exactly how I would on a night we wouldn't be starting at 8:30.
Oh.
And by the time I finished eating and shit, I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh, fuck. So here I is, but I ate good, so there you go.
I'm glad you're okay. I wasn't sure if something else had happened.
In chat, Jim says, Monkey, have you looked at the county results for Virginia? I really think it's too early, or I think it's premature to call it for Biden. I think it's premature to call it for Biden right now, too. That doesn't mean the state's not going blue, though.
Yeah.
I think the New York Times here is being very, very presumptuous.
But they might not be wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and Prospero noted they haven't counted much of Northern Virginia. Isn't Northern Virginia pretty the blue area of Virginia, or is that incorrect?
Depends on which part of Northern Virginia you're talking about. The western half is more red. The eastern half is like solid blue.
Okay.
Of Northern Virginia, where it's rubbing up along DC, that area, that's your blue area.
Okay. By the way, hi Satsu.
What up, Dow?
Yeah, I've invited a couple other people on. We'll see if they get on here. We might, I don't know exactly how it'll hash out. I might be able to cross over with Sinatra later. I don't know if that's going to work. We'll see. But he's over on Twitch with Ghastly and Drunkle and God, who else was on there? Adindro and a couple other people I'm suddenly forgetting. But they were going through all the channels. And I'm jealous that they're able to actually stream footage from the networks. I'd love to be able to do that. But hey, YouTube is YouTube.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Is anybody sober over there, though?
Over there? Well, I know Ghastly wasn't. He was talking about he just got back from the bar with his girlfriend and everything. So. Okay. I'm working on it right now. I got my pepper jack going, but so I had a question for you guys earlier. Well, I asked Monkey this earlier today because he and I did a quick stream this morning. So I'll ask P-Dog, hypothetically speaking, because it is hypothetical. If Biden wins, and again, hypothetically speaking, let's say he doesn't, for whatever reason, is not able to fill his duties for the fullness of his first term, let's say within 6 months of the opening of it, does Kamala Harris become a 3.5-year-long lame duck president as far as the Republicans are concerned?
Depends on if they keep the Senate.
Yeah.
Now, the Cocaine Mitch has already won.
Yep.
They've already called his race. But there's quite a few toss-up races for some of those senators. I'm curious about how Susan Collins is going to fare. If the Republicans keep the Senate, I don't know if lame duck is the word, but it's definitely going to curtail any of President Harris's plans.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Terry DeMontis. On my screen, Maryland is confirmed for Biden, but it says zero votes cast. How they manage that? They're looking at, given the size of Maryland and historical patterns and everything else, the likelihood that it won't go for Biden is pretty much zilch. So they're fairly safe in calling it that way.
I would say it's a screw up. They should have said counted, not cast.
That could be, yeah. If it says cast, then that's probably incorrect. But if they have 0% counted or 0% reporting, they can still really crazy situation. Even that wouldn't change a whole heck of a lot in the grand calculus of things. Satsu, what do you think? Do you think well, I guess it does come down to the Senate, but do you think a Harris presidency would be taken seriously, given the fact that even though she is on the ticket, she's not exactly someone people wanted to vote for?
I guess it depends on how much they want to cater to, the narrative that's been building so long that this is what we need and that's what'll make America better. Do they want to use this opportunity to try to support her as much as possible to show that, hey, we support Black females? Or are they just going to be like, yeah, we don't give a fuck, we're not supporting her at all?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the one biggest effect will have is we'll instantly know how racist and sexist America is every day that someone disagrees with her.
That's true. Yeah,
it's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal
for any reason too. It don't matter what it is. If she came on and she was like, all right, I am now president, my official platform is drowning everyone's babies, like, do it now, they'd be like, well, I mean, think about what Black people have to go through to come to that mindset.
I'm going to do a fireside chat, and I'm going to bring Willie Brown and go down on him right on national television.
Well, that reminds me, there was actually I believe it was a New York Times tweet. I could be mistaken. I mean, it was Washington Post. But anyway, somebody on there had an opinion piece, and I don't have it in front of me, but they basically asked the question, if Biden wins, what does the mainstream media do? Because they've been basically living off of just hating Trump for 4 years. What happens then? And do they keep their credibility going forward at all? Won't they have to take the same tact with Biden to maintain their credibility, or do they just completely sell out? Well, I don't know. Again, they were asking the question. I was just like, I can predict that they're probably going to be sucking off of Biden for the next 4 years, certainly. But I don't know. Maybe someone will go rogue or something to try to seem like they're being all edgy.
I remember way back in 2000, there were people who are like, if George Bush wins, Rush Limbaugh will have to go off the air because he'll have nothing to talk about. For those of you who can't do math, that was 20 years ago. He's still going even with fatal cancer. They'll just do what they did during the Obama administration. They'll just suck up to Biden.
They'll suck up to Biden, and they'll constantly demonize the Senate, and it's going to be Trump perp watch.
You're right. It's going to be them going after congressional Republicans.
Yeah. Not only that, I think that they are more faithful to the clique than they are to the to like any candidate or whatever. They're way more faithful to cliques than they are to the candidates, I think. I don't think that it would be too much for them to be like, yeah, we're gonna do a full fucking 180 now because people are clicking on this shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I 100% disagree with you there.
Really?
Oh yeah. They like clicks, but they can get clicks just by being partisan. It's how they're getting clicks now, and it just happens to line up with what they tend to believe, according to all the polls done of how reporters vote.
Got it.
P-Dog, you had something, sorry?
I did.
Sorry.
Good job, Monkey.
I'll remember in a minute.
Let's see. Green Death asks, real talk though, anyone else mildly nervous for how tonight will turn out? I'm more nervous for places that if Trump wins either locally or nationally, I'm more concerned for people's property. Because if somebody decides to use this as an excuse to start harming other people, I know a lot. In my quote unquote real life, a couple of my coworkers are very nervous because of where they live and what's been going on there the last several months, and depending on how things hash out tonight. And I don't blame them. because it's not like a lot of these riots and arsons and everything else were happening in Trump neighborhoods or something. So is it something to be concerned about? I mean, I want to not be concerned that the effects of the election are going to be anything other than just political sour grapes, but unfortunately, that's something that we have to think about. The problem is that I don't want it to be a driving force in making people decide who to vote for, because that's antithetical to the whole process. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
For me, it depends on what you mean by nervous. No, I'm not nervous about the election.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Scribe. If I am nervous that if Trump wins, we're going to see shit on fire, but otherwise, not. It's the election. It'll be fine either way.
yeah.
And if I had to pick a word, it wouldn't be nervous. It'd probably be anxious, because I'm just ready for this shit to be over with.
Yeah. B-Dog?
I live in a city where the main center hub city has been on fire, and being 2 rings suburbs out from that, where they've come to our suburb and started shit too, I get a little nervous. I think that, now that you can find out by every county, and I kind of live in a reddish county, or not a reddish county, but a reddish area. And so, I'm like, okay, are they going to come out here and burn my house down? I just got new siding and a new roof. I don't need anyone burning my damn house down. Okay. But no, I think all those cities that are boarded up are where they're going to have the problems. DC, Portland, Seattle, probably, Chicago, all the places where they're already looting and rioting and everything. It's going to be the same thing. I think people will just, at least I think the rest of the country will be like, oh, okay, there they go again. But, life will go on.
I don't know if you paid attention. There was just a major jump several states called, including New York, which surprisingly, guys, was called for Biden.
Yeah, if you can believe it.
I'm shocked.
Let's see. I had another question I was going to ask.
Dakotas went red. How did that happen?
Never, ever. I'm looking for my state.
Your state's one of the ones that's interesting tonight.
I drive a lot. Been driving in other parts of the states besides the Twin Cities lately. For those who don't know, I live in Minnesota, and in the cities, okay, just a typical amount of Biden signs all over the place, right? But as soon as you just get a little bit out of the Twin Cities, in anything resembling rural, it's Trump billboards, Trump signs, people putting up mock Trump signs. I should show you the signs I saw when I was up on the North Shore of Lake Superior. And same, like if you get up to Duluth, which is 2 hours north of here, in Duluth, Biden signs along the North Shore and the ritzy houses and where all the college professors lives. You drive 2 miles outside of Duluth, Trump signs everywhere. That never used to happen in Minnesota. Northern Minnesota, the Iron Range used to be Democrat Central, and it is all Trump up there now. It's amazing. Never seen it.
I was thinking about this. I mean, I've been thinking about this several days, and even though I didn't vote for anybody in the presidential, I've been thinking about like what outcome would I prefer, even though I haven't voted, right? And I kept asking myself, it's like, well, I mean, that the phrase that keeps coming to mind is "the devil you know," because over the course of this campaign, I have absolutely no idea what to hang my hat on insofar as the Biden campaign. Like, what is his prevailing opinion on X? What is his plan for Y? It's always been, I'm not Trump. Trump's done a terrible job. I was for fracking. Now I'm against fracking. I was for the crime bill. Now I'm against the crime bill. Back, forth, and sideways. And I definitely don't know anything about how to read Harris, because, well, she was a loser to begin with, and now she's the vice presidential candidate. I mean, I don't want either one to win, but I'd feel more comfortable with Trump only because I know what to expect. Biden is a complete mystery box to me. Am I alone in that? And real quick, thank you, Sir Wolfgang. I live in Stearns County and can confirm it's blood crimson red. Stearns County.
Yeah, it's Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay. Thank you, Sir Wolfgang. What do you guys think about that? I mean, even if you don't have a preference one or the other, is there one you're more comfortable with?
I would be more comfortable with Trump. I just know too much about Biden and far too much about Harris, and I don't think Biden's going to be in there too long. But more comfortable is not comfortable.
Well, yeah, I know it is. It is a game of inches, so to speak. But I was thinking, like, okay, if somebody held a gun to my head, like, who would I want in the presidency between the two? Real quick, thank you, James Colley. My home state, Texas, has me worried.
Let's see how that one shakes out.
Just wait a bit, James. I don't know. They keep saying it's blue, but I mean, it would be amazing if it went blue, historically speaking. But I'm not so convinced yet.
Yeah, that hasn't gone blue since Carter?
At least, yeah.
I forgot what we were just talking about.
Oh, which would you feel more comfortable, even if you're not a fan of either one?
Oh, I have said outright, even though I think Biden's probably going to win, don't vote for that man.
Mm-hmm.
And most of that for me isn't even. I told you earlier in the year, if one of the Democrats had to win, I'd prefer it to be Biden.
Right.
But this is way back before we paid attention to the fact. I'm fairly certain he has Alzheimer's.
Right.
And if you can bring yourself to vote for an Alzheimer's patient, I'd really prefer you never vote again.
I just noticed something interesting. Did Trump win both parts of Nebraska? Because Nebraska splits their their votes.
It's looking like it on that map.
That's interesting.
Maybe they don't have this map. Doesn't have the ability. Doesn't do the striped lines like some maps do.
Well, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Chaos. CNN saying Virginia now trending Trump. Any have been called too soon, like Florida 2016. Harris and Travis County in Texas. No Biden surge. Trump will still win it.
Interesting.
It's the Virginia thing is really, again, Monkey said you got to wait until the northern counties really report in because of all the people that live there. So it all depends on those, I guess. I mean, if every Monkey maybe know this better, if every county in Virginia except for those couple of DC counties went red, would they beat out the two counties near DC or the couple counties?
Oh, sure, they can. They have before.
Thank you, Ebony Williams. You're not alone, Scribe. I voted third party, but I'm less nervous with Trump because I have an idea of how he operates. And that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, like I said, the devil you know, and not the lesser of two evils. It's just maybe familiarity breeds comfort. What do you think, Satsu?
I mean, I feel like considering the fact that he has laid claim to everything he's done, I feel like a Biden administration would basically be a lesser Obama administration. But that don't make me happy or anything because I wasn't too thrilled about Obama. Like the only kind of interest I have in Biden winning is a morbid one because I'm actually looking forward. Shush, you shush. Shut the hell up. Because I'm actually looking forward to him winning and then proving once and for all that all the shit that they're saying, all these things that he's going to guarantee, peace is going to come to the world, racism is going to end, everybody's rights are going to be perfectly protected, and nobody will have to worry about anything ever again. I just want them to find out that they're wrong.
Yeah,
just because, and like I said, that would be entertainment for me alone. Because it's not going to. All that shit, it's not going to happen.
No, I was talking to Monkey this morning on his stream. I was just like, if anybody thinks that Biden is somehow the antithesis of the system or of the status quo or something, you haven't been paying attention. Biden is a corporate candidate. So is Kamala Harris. They are so on Wall Street side. And if you need any evidence, if he's taking credit for everything Obama did, look how much Obama went after the Wall Street bankers after the 2008 crash. Oh yeah, no, he was in bed with them. He gave them a pass. It's nonsense. If you think Biden's going to be some kind of big revolutionary change or something, you got another thing coming. I'm telling you what. But let's see. NBC, what are they saying right now? Oh, they're going over all these Senate races and things, which I'm not even sure how to track those because that can go all over the place.
There's certain places that are keeping a running tally of what's been won. The House right now is 141 to 148. Democrats have 141. Occasionally they'll pop it up with known numbers of seats. So I can keep it like right now. Oh, they just did that. Never mind. That's a different one. As it pops up, I'll tell you guys the Senate is, according to ABC News, at least.
Yeah, I'm afraid to navigate away from this map because, like, if I do, the New York Times might say that's all the stories you get this month. So I'm kind of leaving it here for now. I might try to, if I can safely get a different tab on here with the Senate map as it currently stands. I'll get that up and see if I can get that in there.
So real quick, the numbers underneath those are votes. It says
so the vote so those are the approximate votes, popular vote wise.
Okay.
For each candidate as of right now, based on the current projections. So, as of right now, Donald Trump has 50.2% of the overall vote, whereas Biden has 48.5% of the overall vote. Now, of course, it's very early, and the difference between the two, in the grand scheme of things, is pennies, so to speak. So, it is interesting that so far Trump has the popular vote, even though Biden's got the higher electoral count. But of course, we saw that pattern in 2016, so it doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot.
Right.
Well, I wonder.
Real quick, ABC has it 39-37 for Democrats holding the Senate right now. That's the number of seats they know are for them. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I wonder what the narrative is going to be if Biden does win electorally and loses the popular vote. Because you remember, they said like the fact that is even possible makes the system unjust, and that means that Trump cheated to win.
Yeah,
he won unfairly. The system is broken. But if Biden wins off that, will they still be like, well, I mean, the system's still broken, but we're glad he won? Or are they going to be like, no, it's fine?
Well, and you know that last time, until California was counted, Trump did have the popular vote. He won Hillary won California by 5 million votes. And so that was the 3 million she won by, all in California. So it is holding true to the pattern from last time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I told you guys California alone is going to make Biden win the popular vote. But here's what's going to happen if that weren't true. If Biden ends up losing the popular and wins the electoral, the story you're going to see is now Republicans are going to say that we should get rid of it, and then that's going to be the last you hear about it.
Nope.
And they're going to be like, no, we're not. And like, yes, you are. You're going to say it. We said you said it. They're like, we'll never, ever say it. Well, we'll tell people you did.
Yeah.
Scribe.
Yes.
No, I didn't get to answer your question.
Yes.
I didn't get to answer your question about what is Joe Biden going to do when he gets in the office?
Oh, okay.
And in the immortal words of Michael Clark Duncan, nobody knows.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And I did vote for Trump. Not because I'm a big, you'll never see me in a red hat. But when I'm looking at what he's done as far as what he said he was going to do and what he's done, it does follow what my philosophy is more, because I am a conservative. The reason I didn't vote for him in 2016 because I didn't trust him, and I still don't really. And his style just isn't my style whatsoever. But the results versus personality, I voted for the results.
Okay. Yeah, I can respect that. I mean, there's a lot of things to appreciate about what Trump has accomplished so far, which is odd to say, all things considered, but I'm especially impressed by the Middle East stuff. And of all the things that I wouldn't have thought Trump capable of, his diplomacy with conflict zones, not necessarily with our allies or NATO, obviously, but has been just above and beyond anything I would have ever expected of the guy.
I had an interesting argument to your point there about results. Today, Kamala Harris said something, and I always fuck with her when she tweets. And I told her that she should remind people about the '94 crime bill and how she locks people up. And somebody came back to me with this. Trump made an ad about people in New York and wanted them to get the death penalty, the Central Park 5, if you guys know that story.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Trump took out an ad. These people either made policy or implemented policy that actually locked people up. And he's like, well, Donald Trump's going to do it if he gets reelected. Like,
but why didn't he do it now?
He had 4 years to do it.
Why isn't it done already?
It gets even better because I did ask that. I said, this is a man who actually released people who were jailed from Biden's policies and Kamala's actions. And he honest to fuck, he said, well, he only did that so he could look good. Oh. I was like, oh my.
Like, it's not even possible to quantify exactly how stupid you have to be. Find me a politician, just one that does anything without trying to look good.
Thank you.
Laughed so hard.
Real quick, thank you, Drew W. It will be awesome with all this attention on Pennsylvania, and after a little bit of tweaking of the other states going for Trump, Pennsylvania doesn't mean a thing. Yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be pretty important. I mean, some states that are probably going Biden would have to drastically go the other direction for Pennsylvania to become unimportant. But thank you, Drew W.
Pennsylvania could become unimportant. Trump could lose Ohio or Florida. And then it's unimportant.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Now, as a momentary distraction, because more results will be coming in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. How about a Mad Lib?
Sure.
Because I found one whose title is appropriate for this show. I won't say why. So it's a relatively short one, so you got to make your words count, guys. So chat, I'm only going to ask 2 from you this time because we have several people here and not many words. So I need from you, chat, I need a verb ending in ed and a noun plural. So a verb ending in ed and a noun plural. Put those in the chat and tag it with what you would desire. Monkey, I need a noun.
Throbbing penis.
Okay. P-Dog, I need an adjective.
Furry.
God. Satsu, I need an animal plural.
Oh, God. Well, this was inevitable. Horses.
No. Monkey, I need an animal plural.
Buffaloes.
Seahorses.
Buffaloes.
Seahorses.
Buffaloes.
I
was just thinking of Cenk Uygur.
Oh, okay. P-Dog, I need a verb ending in ing.
Porking.
Oh, Lord. Satsu, I need an adjective.
How about damaged?
Damaged. Nice. Monkey, I need a famous person.
Hitler.
Your favorites. Oh no.
Hitler? Okay.
I say Hitler and you yell your favorite. The fuck?
It was just bad timing. I was thinking, who's the boss chick?
Oh, Milano? Yeah.
Never mind.
P-Dog, I need a color.
Black, man. Black.
Black man, black. Okay.
Just black. No, just black. Just black.
No,
right?
too late.
Just
Black man, black. Satsu, I need a noun plural.
A noun plural?
Noun plural.
How about discarded votes?
Wow, okay.
Discarded what?
Discarded votes.
Oh.
Monkey, I need a noun plural.
Or like hanging chads.
Sad children.
Sad children. And finally, P-Dog, I need an animal plural.
Baboons.
Baboons. All right, over to the chat for a verb ending in ed. Chicago Mike says milked. All right. And then noun plural. Scrolling up a bit. Who's giving me a noun plural? Pissed off Shih Tzu dildos. All right.
Ding.
And here we go. This one is called Lord of the ... Part 1. In J.R.R. Tolkien's famous trilogy, Lord of the Throbbing Penises, the first book is called Fellowship of the Throbbing Penis. In this book, a group of furry hobbits flee their hometown. They eventually join a fellowship made up of horses, elves, and seahorses with the goal of porking the one throbbing penis.
Wow.
Okay.
They begin by traveling through the damaged mountains where Hitler the Black Man Black is lost. They continue on to the forest where the Queen of the Discarded Votes gives them sad children to ride down the river.
Shit.
Wow.
At the end of the book, Merry and Pippin get captured by baboons, and Frodo is milked by one of his fellow dildos and leaves on his own, but with Sam.
Wow.
Jesus.
That was really good.
Hitler the Black Man Black.
Yeah, well, that's what he said. I recorded it as it was said, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. I'll post that to Twitter later.
Florida's looking mighty Trumpish right now.
Yep, it is, isn't it?
93% in.
Yeah, 93% in, 51% going for Trump as of this count, 48 to Biden. That's 5.5 million votes for Trump, 5.2 for Biden. Not 100% in yet, and of all the states, Florida is going to be probably one of the last ones they'll report until they get a far closer estimate.
I think this guy on my screen right now used to steal souls from children in TV sets.
Oh, who are you looking at?
Some dude over on, I don't know who he is. I can't. Oh, this is Rick Scott. Oh, dude.
Oh, Rick Scott. Yeah, no, that guy.
Oh,
yeah.
You are creepy as fuck, dude.
Yeah, he looks like that from like Poltergeist 2, or that old man like stalking Carol Ann. Yeah, that he looks like him.
Oh my God. Blake in the chat said, you guys should find sexually themed Mad Libs and insist that all the words are as tame as possible.
Can't be done around here.
Yeah, we'll do another one.
Large throbbing teaspoon.
Yeah, it's gonna be something if somehow Trump doesn't win Florida with what things are looking at right now.
Yeah, because the last parts of it they're going to need counted is the Panhandle, and that's
Trump's
stronghold. I mean,
that's red stuff. Yeah. Let's see, Satsu. What happened to your avatar? Well, didn't the clock run out on your
deal with the devil?
Your deal with Biden?
Yeah, I kept it up an extra day or two just in case, because you know how Biden is. I didn't want him to forget. You know,
he forgot what day he told you it was okay.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to deal with that shit. So, but now I have retained my melanin, therefore kept my power. And as you can see here, I'm using the yin and yang power of the 2 pennies that I keep on me just in case I gotta fuck a motherfucker up. You know, it's cool. I'm feeling good right now.
Let's see. NBC is doing their dramatic music. Yes.
Can you hover over Ohio?
I can hover over Ohio. So 51.2% Biden's and 47.5% Trump, with 59% of the votes reported. So not looking good for Trump right now, but I don't know what counties have or have not been reported on. So,
and this is
okay.
Real quick. I'm sorry. Something of note. I think it's like only 2 Republicans in history but ever become president without Ohio.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I meant to go over to Facebook and ask everybody, because I got a lot of people who follow me that live in Ohio, like, who's all moving out of Ohio if it goes to Trump?
Let's see. Here's Pennsylvania so far, not looking too good for Trump right now. Only 19% of votes reported, but all the same, pretty solidly Biden so far.
You're also being asked to hover over Virginia, if you would.
Virginia, yes. So 13 electoral votes, 40% reported, 40% for Biden, 57.9% for Trump. Yeah, so again,
a long way to go.
Yeah, a little bit to go, but at the same time, like Monkey said, it really only comes down to a couple of major counties there, unless something really kooky happens in the smaller counties. Let's see what else we got going on. Florida, yeah, 51-48. Georgia's 57-41 for Trump. North Carolina, 50-48 towards Biden. Michigan, 59 to Trump, 38 to Biden, but of course it's way early.
But I did tell you this morning, I can see it playing out where Trump surprises people and wins Michigan.
Yeah. But if he doesn't take Ohio,
he's got a lot of work to work out.
Yeah, he's got a lot. He's going to have a very, very difficult time making that up.
If he doesn't take Ohio, he has to pick up either Michigan. Actually, it's just what are the electorals in Michigan?
Michigan 16.
Oh, so he would need Michigan and Wisconsin as he had last time.
Yeah. Wisconsin right now is, well, according to them, at least 62% Biden, 35% Trump, but that's only with 1% estimated votes reported. So, yep. Yeah.
In chat, I saw somebody else ask this a second ago too, and Nuts just asking, Google had Trump at 94, just dropped him to 92. Is that normal? Yeah. It'll be normal as they take a look at a place and they're like, well, this is going for, oh shit, what's going on with that county right there?
Right. Yeah.
It's why most people are not calling Virginia right now, even though chances are it's going to go to Biden. You want to hold off until you get a little more information in calling some of these.
Yeah, because if the media, even though they are dying to have the scoop and everything else, they're very cautious about getting it wrong. Because if they get wrong, their credibility goes sideways, just like it did in 2016. And
yeah, I was actually thinking because they started announcing projections pretty early. The first polls actually close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's Kentucky and parts of Kentucky and parts of Tennessee or Indiana and Tennessee. So I forget which. And I'm like, oh my God, they've all forgotten the lessons of 2000. Because if you remember 2004, they were so worried about announcing anything until they were sure.
Because the paranoia of 2000 was still very fresh in their minds.
Yeah, they're like, we're not going to announce this until it's actually been sealed by the attorney general or the voting, whoever does it for the states. And now they're just like, fuck it, we're calling it. We're calling Virginia with no percentage vote in.
Everybody wants to get those views and that percentage.
But it's also really weird because all they've talked about for the last month is not calling shit too soon.
Yeah, wait until all the votes are counted.
Because they don't want Trump to. They don't want Trump to prematurely say he won, and it's like
you missed the whole point there. Trump's not supposed to call it early.
Right. Thank you, Chicago Mike.
Exactly.
Real quick, thank you, Chicago Mike. Dewey defeats Truman. Well, yeah, you don't want to get that one wrong. Failure B. You think Virginia is going to get flipped to Trump if it closes out with Trump still in the lead?
Yes.
That's the definition.
Yeah. If somehow Virginia flips to Trump, And right now, like I say, the numbers still favor Trump, but again, I can't. This map doesn't allow you to zoom in on particular counties, as far as I know. And I'm scared. I'm scared to click anything on this on the off chance the New York Times decides that I can't look at it anymore. So I'm just going to leave it.
No, you're fine.
Well, there's a lot of dead people votes to count that are mailed in a day late. So
Yeah.
They already caught 2 dead in New York.
Would you see the mess that was going on in Philadelphia?
Which one?
Yes.
Just the the polling place that had the signs up, vote for all these Democrats, and they wouldn't let the city
poll watchers.
City certified poll watchers in, and the one woman who's trying to keep them out has a Biden mask on her face. It's like it is some fuckery. I gotta tell you.
Let's see. Stargazer says go to Google Scribe. That's where it's from. The Google map got the counties broken down. Let me see. Let's see if I can switch between screens I'm sharing without losing my quote unquote ability to watch it. Let's see. Drawing that 2020.
I think I'm on the same map as you are here, Scribbles.
I'm on the New York Times map right now.
Yep. If you click on, say, Ohio, and then click it a second time, it just zooms in and you see the counties.
Does it? All right, let's see. Oh, there you're right. Okay.
I went over and tested it for you.
All right, just making sure because I didn't like I say I'm cagey about this thing suddenly locking me out because it did on a couple other places. All right, so there's, and then we can get breakdown by county. Okay, so let's just for the sake of argument here take a look at Virginia. Let's see. Frederick, was it Alexander? What did you say was Alexandria is the one that's got a
the Alexandria area, the northern part there up by
what county?
DC.
Oh, Fairfax.
Prospero, you in chat, sweetheart. Help me out with the county names of the ones I'm looking for here, sweetie.
Well, they're saying that Loudoun County is leaning red and Fairfax is leaning blue. They don't have the population on there, which is interesting. Caroline County. I mean, most of the map is red, but then again, it all depends on the population of the individual counties. And a lot down here are going blue.
Right.
So, yeah. What?
This picture that I just scrolled back. I'm over on Facebook and I'm watching, and a lot of people are actually keeping tabs on this and watching it, but I saw this funny picture. You have to see it, though. If you want to share it, you can. I shared it with you guys.
I just got this. Virginia elections officials have said they will have a huge drop of early votes for Northern Virginia, of which there were 900,000 plus at once before 11 p.m.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What are the, Northern Virginia? Okay.
Yeah.
What are the odds that those are going to go for Trump? Probably
mail-in votes. You mean the mail-in dead people? Hey, I got a Streamlabs. I just got one. I didn't realize.
Hey.
Thank you, Chicago Mike, who says, being from the Chicagoland area, we have been experiencing the dead voting for years. Yes, you have. If I had my bell, I'd be dinging it right now.
Let's see. Lexi Mad says, check Indiana for Vigo County. They've called the presidency all but twice in the past century. I want to know which way they called it. Vigo County. Well, let's see. Marion is blue. Tippecanoe is blue. St. Joseph is blue. And Lake is blue. So if wherever Vigo County is in all of that, it's either blank or it's red. So do you know what to tell you? Give me an idea of where on the map it is, or else I'm going to have to go through every single. That doesn't sound very fun. So let's see. Advocata says zoom in on Illinois. I think Illinois is pretty much
Done.
So I mean, I'll take a look, but yeah, let's see. Where's Cook County? Yeah, Cook County. Yeah, if Cook County's Biden, then it's probably a safe bet overall, and they've already called it, I believe, for them. So
they have.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it went sideways. Let's see. Any other requests? Ohio. Well, Ohio's not. Let's see. I don't know Ohio's geography well enough to say one way or the other. I know that Cuyahoga, there's Cleveland, so that's going Biden. I don't know how much of the population that makes up, but
your biggest ones are Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. So
yeah,
you have Toledo, Dayton. You can see those on the map there. But your big ones are Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati.
Yeah, and yeah, if those are going, yeah, Toledo, Biden, Cleveland, Biden, Columbus, Biden, Dayton. So far, it's Biden. Cincinnati, yeah. So Ohio might be going blue. Uh-oh. Not good for Trump. Let's see. Pennsylvania, still too early, but Center County. This is what I don't understand. The votes 22,000 for some of these like major counties and places. I'm like, there are more. There's got to be a couple million people that live in these areas, and that's all the votes that they get. I mean, admittedly, maybe not all of them are voting age or something, but still, it just seems such small numbers for some places.
You know, since the last time you scrolled over that, though,
Mm-hmm.
the lead has changed by about 30,000 because it was about 130,000 before. Now it's down to 102,000
For Pennsylvania or
no, Ohio.
Ohio, okay.
Yeah, last time
the margin between the two is very slim. It's true.
Yeah, it's narrowing.
Yeah. Let's see. What's Texas looking like right now? That is damn close. Look at that. That's like ridiculous close.
What's the percentage counted?
49.4 to 49.3. 73 counted.
It's 73. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Okay, no. No one more says, yeah, check AOC's race. I don't know if I can do that here. Let's see if I can find a different screen that has the Senate races on them. Representatives. Let's see. House races. Who do I want to look at? New York. Where's she at?
New York's 14th.
Yeah. No, they don't say on here. Let's see. AOC race. But sorry, guys, we're getting down to the nitty gritty on some of these things here. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, 70% with the vote count right now, 53,000 for her, 21,000 for John Cummings, 495 votes for Michelle Caruso Cabrera. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is leading pretty healthfully right now. And that's with 35% of the district reporting. So more likely than not, AOC is reelected. Could go the other way, maybe.
Whoa.
Maybe not. What?
It's only 40% reporting so far, but right now in Oakland County, Donald Trump is winning in Michigan. Oakland County is one of the counties around Detroit.
Yeah.
Wayne is the major. That's only got, 3% in so far. Joe will win that one. But for 40% to be counted and Trump to be holding a lead, that's weird.
Yeah, Oakland County, 55-43, at least right now anyway. 40% of the state reporting. Oh, boy.
I'm telling you, with John James on the ticket, there's a chance he brought out the black vote for Trump, believe it or not.
Mr. No Scribe, why are they giving Ohio to Biden if it has more red counties? Okay, well, it doesn't depend on the number of counties. It depends on the population
Of those counties.
Right.
If you have 17 counties that have one vote each in them, and you have one county that has 20,000 votes in them, you only need one county to go in a particular direction to, no pun intended, trump all the other counties. So it's not the number of counties, it's the combined population of the counties.
Right.
Let's see. And even then, it just kind of tells you what the way the vote is swinging in that county. It comes down to the aggregate number of votes for one or the other statewide as to where it goes for the electoral votes. So,
I got some breaking news here.
what's that?
Stacey Abrams projects that she will still be the governor of Georgia after today.
Yeah.
She was actually one of the experts they had on ABC News.
She'd make a great Supreme Court justice.
When is her 5 minutes going to be up?
I don't know. I don't understand why she's still relevant to anybody for anything.
And she lost by 50,000 votes.
I mean, when Joe Biden embarrassed her to death on national television by bringing her on and not picking her as his running mate on live TV.
That was harsh. I even felt bad for her.
I didn't feel bad for her so much, but I mean, how do you maintain any kind of relevance after being humiliated like that? Honestly, I mean, I suppose you get victim points because she was mistreated. I'll give you that. She was mistreated on national television in that way. Why even bother having her on at that point?
I don't think she was mistreated. They should have talked to the guy with the show and go, hey, do not ask us this or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But she kind of set herself up for it. I just felt, that was one of those things like I'm embarrassed for her kind of things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that was embarrassing as fuck. Holy shit.
But aside from losing the governorship, she's become an activist since then. She runs some kind of activist nonprofit for voting rights or something. Other than that, what commends her to anything at this stage of the game other than just sort of like telling me that she's important for some reason? I don't know. Let's see. Mr. No Scribe, if all the counties in Rhode Island went red, yet it went to Biden, I'm starting to think that this election is rigged via mail-in voting. No, not necessarily, Mr. No. If all the counties in Rhode Island went red and it went to Biden, well, let's
That
take a
would
look
be
at Rhode
impossible.
Island.
That should be impossible.
Let's see.
If all of them, it would be impossible.
Well, all the counties are suspected leaning red.
Oh, yeah, but look at the totals at the bottom of each county. You got 20, what is that, 25, 20, 32, 39. Yeah, there's very few votes actually counted.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not impossible that things could suddenly flip all the way, but historically speaking, the likelihood that Rhode Island is going to go red all of a sudden, pretty slim. Now, of course, if it does, they'll have to report it. But right now, all things considered, yeah.
I get why it looks funny, guys. I really do. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of these things. Once again, California will be called at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or Pacific time, 11
Pacific
p.m.
time.
Eastern time. They'll be like, polls have closed in California. Biden wins. 0% of the vote counted. It can just be done that way in some states.
Yeah, just about all three of these, Washington, Oregon, and California, around 8 p.m. Pacific time, they'll be called for Biden, just reflexively. There's really no reason not to, unless something drastic occurs. So, let's see. In Florida, split still going for Trump so far in the full count. Georgia, Trump's got a decent lead with nearly half the votes reported.
Georgia's another one of those where like this one might be in play, and it could be, but chances are probably not.
Yeah, North Carolina is it's looking for Biden. Still 20% to count, but it's just smidged over to Biden's side right now.
And again, guys, you got to pay attention to this within the states. Almost all major cities are going to be blue. And if those get counted before everywhere else, then you'll see it like, oh my God, it's tilted towards them. Or if all the rural counties are counted first, which typically go red, then, oh my God, it's tilted for them. That's why we got to wait until a whole lot more is counted in so many places.
Yeah, this is one big waiting game. I mean, we can look at what things are currently at and what we can guess at and everything else, but really until
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay. So
Minnesota.
Hennepin County. Yeah, Hennepin County so far for Biden. The overall right now, Biden's got the lead.
Now I just realized something. You're from Minnesota. Is that the black Minnesota accent there, dog?
Minnesota. Minnesota. You want to ride on my boat?
Out there on the boat.
And I put things in a bag. No. Yeah, no.
Let's see. Patrice Ripley says, Scribe Light, marijuana legalization vote wins in New Jersey. Oh my God, New Jersey's going to be choking up.
The only shot there is that it hasn't happened sooner. I can't believe there's still states who haven't passed that.
Yeah.
Hey,
honestly.
the good thing about that is all the liberal Pennsylvanians will move there, and then Pennsylvania will go red the next time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. That's a lot not to be counted in Minnesota.
Well, let's see. Have the polls haven't closed there yet, have they?
I'm not sure.
They should have.
I voted at 8 in the morning.
Okay.
You're only an hour behind me, right?
No, we're Central Time Zone too. Oh no, you're Eastern Time Zone. You're in that stupid part of Michigan that's Eastern Time Zone.
All of Michigan is in that time zone. It's
No,
East
not.
Coast. Yes.
Isn't the UP in Western or Central?
The UP is not part of Michigan. Look on that map. You can see it. It's Wisconsin. Look, it's Wisconsin. There's fucking water separating us.
I've crossed the border.
Look. That is either
Michigan.
Canada or Wisconsin. I do not accept it as Michigan.
There's like ferries up there to get to the other half of Michigan.
Oh, there's a bridge.
Well, that too. I've never been to the bridge, but there's ferries too.
Oh, if you've never been to the bridge, you should go. To Mackinac Bridge.
Well, yeah, we're gonna do a. There's
Don't
a bunch
go
of
if you're afraid of
waterfalls in that
heights.
area.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We're gonna go check those out the next time we do a waterfall tour.
Yeah. If you get a chance in your lifetime, that is a structural marvel there. And there's a guy buried in one of the pylons.
Oh God, that's tragic.
They taught
Kinda
us
like-
that in second grade.
I
Oh,
believe it.
kind of like Hoover Dam too.
I
There's
was
a
in
lot of people
second
buried.
grade in Michigan, and they're telling us about how somebody was buried in somebody fell in, and they can't just stop the whole thing to pull one guy out. So they just like, bye, Tim. I don't remember his name, but yeah,
I think it was Tim.
it probably was.
Let's see what else is going on.
Did you get the message from somebody here? Fulton election results delayed after pipe burst in room with ballots.
Oh,
Fulton County absentee by mail processing operation at State Farm Arena was delayed at least 2 hours Tuesday after a water pipe burst in a room with ballots. No ballots were damaged, voting officials said Tuesday night.
Mr. No, I don't have to update the website because it auto updates as things get reported by the New York Times. So what you're seeing is what the New York Times is currently reporting. If you're seeing something on another channel or another network, that's on them. I get what I got here because it just seems like if what?
I'm sorry. Did you see that Chris Saliza burn? Somebody
Which one?
asked him why they hadn't called something or had. I think it was
Right. He said,
called
we want to
something.
get it right, not first or whatever.
Yeah, like, oh, smack.
Yeah,
Chris talking shit.
that's right. Yeah, he's insulting all the other outlets like, well, we're going to take our time with this. And, admittedly, that's how they should do it. So I don't technically blame Chris for that, but at the same time, it's just like, ooh, it's throwing some shade.
Why you being a dick, Chris?
Let's see. While we're waiting for more, I guess, results to show up, how about another Mad Lib?
Right
Thank
on.
you, Pudak. Just reminding people that 272win.com exists. It's true. It does. So that's an interactive map that you can play around with and watch as things are reported to them. So chat, this is what I need from you. And by answering these two things, you'll fill up quite a few spaces on here. I need a noun and an adjective. A noun and an adjective. And between those two suggestions, you'll be helping me fill up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares at the end of this. And so with that, we'll start from the bottom up. Satsu, I need a number.
92, because that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. P-Dog, I need a noun.
Pop bottle.
Okay. Monkey, I need a romantic nickname.
Sugar twat.
Okay.
Satsu, I need an occupation.
A gynecologist.
Okay. P-Dog, I need a noun plural.
Bananas.
Bananas. Let's see. Monkey, I need a noun.
Hypodermic needle.
Oh.
Hypodermic needle. Okay.
You can just go with needle if you prefer. Everybody knows what I mean.
No, that's fine. I'll put hypodermic in there. Let's see. Satsu, I need a verb ending in S.
Slobs.
Slobs. Okay.
Slobs.
P-Dog, I need a noun.
You're getting a lot of nouns. Trying to think of how about a cupboard?
Cupboard. Okay. Monkey, I need a number.
422.
Of course.
Satsu, I need a verb.
Vote.
P-Dog, I need an occupation.
A portable toilet engineer.
Wow. Okay.
Or someone who cleans portable toilets. I don't know what you call them, so that's why I just a portable toilet
I-
engineer.
Fine by me. Monkey, I need a noun.
Oh, crack whore.
Okay. Satsu, I need a noun plural.
How about Walmart's?
Walmart's. Okay. And in the background, I have the NBC thing going. I have the very lowered volume, sonorous tones of Amy Klobuchar talking, and she's about as annoying, even with the volume turned down. Her voice is so terrible.
Oh, now I remember. From way back when. I'll try to remember later.
Okay. P-Dog,
Mhm.
I need an adjective.
Horrendous.
Ooh.
Is that an adjective? Kind of.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Monkey, I need a type of building.
Sweatshop.
Okay. Let's see. Satsu, I need a government position.
How about? I was about to say a snitch, but
That is one. Ain't wrong.
we'll just do a governor. How's that?
Governor, okay. Let's see. P-Dog, I need a verb ending in ed.
Schlonged.
Schlonged. Monkey, I need an adjective.
Flaccid.
Flaccid. Satsu, I need a noun.
Catfish.
Catfish. All right. P-Dog, I need an adjective.
Crazy.
Okay. Monkey, I need a verb.
Fist.
And finally, Satsu, I need a verb ending in ed.
Why you huff at me?
Nothing.
How about
Judged.
shaved?
What?
Shaved.
Shaved?
Yeah.
All right. Over on to chat. I need a noun. Whose noun shall I pick? Dom O'Leary says sweaty chode.
Wow.
Sure, why not? Adjective. Who's going to give me the adjective? Let's see. Talik says spicy. All right.
Yes.
Another noun. Noun. Comrade Kitty says man, bear, pig. All right. Another noun. Moonshock says nipple scar. All right. An adjective. Who will give me an adjective? Someone hasn't already. Mr. Dex says sexy. All right. And lastly, one more noun. And that noun shall be. No, I already got one from you. We got one from you. Monkey's Goblin Finger from Flare Fritz. Monkey's Goblin. I have to say it singular because it's a noun and not a noun plural. Finger. Do you have goblin fingers, Monkey?
Goblin.
If you saw my hands are fucked up, man.
All right. So here we go. This one is a long one, as you might imagine. This was called Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. 1992. At a swanky pop bottle in Hong Kong, Sugar Twat Jones confronts Lao Che, a Chinese gynecologist, for a trade. A reward in exchange for the bananas of a Ming Dynasty emperor. The gynecologist's sons, however, won't let Sugar Twat get out of the trade alive, and a violent hypodermic needle ensues that slobs up the gynecologist's small torch singer Wilhelmina Scott. Sugar Twat and Willie escape with Sugar Twat's preteen sidekick, Short Round, and fly out of Hong Kong, unaware their cupboard belongs to Lao Che, and the 422 pilots are ordered to bail out over India.
There's a lot of pilots.
Sugar Twat, Willie, and Shorty manage to vote and wind up being greeted by the village portable toilet engineer who shows them the ruins of his crack whore.
Oh my god!
I'm going to read that one again for those in the cheap seats.
Please do.
Sugar Twat, Willie, and Shorty manage to vote and wind up being greeted by a village portable toilet engineer who shows them the ruins of his crack whore. Ruins caused by the theft of 3 Walmarts of great horrendous power taken to a gigantic mountaintop sweatshop. The sweatshop, however, belongs to a peaceful young Indian governor who assures that no such action occurred from his sweatshop. Sugar Twat, however, is schlonged in his bedroom.
Perfect.
Wow.
Perfect.
And finds a vast, flaccid system of caverns that lead to an ancient terrorist catfish, long thought crazy, a catfish that has kidnapped the children of the crack whore and is using them to fist for the horrendous Walmarts.
Wow.
When Sugar Twat and his friends are captured, they are to be shaved to the pit of molten, sweaty chode, but a spicy showdown begins that erupts into a savage man-bear pig, nipple scar fire, and sexy mine car pursuit.
Sexy mine car pursuit.
The collapse of a flaccid dam and a showdown at a rope monkey's goblin finger that threatens to kill Sugar Twat, his friends, and the catfish. The end.
Oh
Wow.
my god!
That's epic.
Sugar Twat Jones.
Sugar Twat Jones.
That just sounds like a 70s porn movie.
It does.
Oh yeah.
And
Can you,
Sugar Twat Jones meeting up with a gynecologist just sounds right.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Oh my god!
All right, I've saved that one for posterity's sake. I will post that to Twitter later.
That was
Let's
fantastic.
see. I'm having people in chat tell me that Texas is swinging red and Ohio's swinging red. Could be. I don't know.
I'm not seeing it on this map, and I'm following the same one you are, Scribbles.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting you guys. It's just that's not something that's been updated here because we were also told Virginia swinging red. And
Yeah, and that's yeah. So remember, guys, every outlet is going to probably have something different and will be more brave in reporting things than, say, other outlets. I'm not saying that the New York Times is the most reliable source. It's just the first and clearest map that I was able to come across that hopefully I can broadcast without any problems. Wink, wink. Yeah.
I want to say this because I'm watching Michigan rather closely because I'm interested to see how my prediction is about Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
When we looked at it earlier, there were like 4 or 5 little blue squares. There's only 2 right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's swinging red, and again, Detroit's going to be the big decider on whether or not we go blue.
Right.
But I am seeing a lot of red on this map that I don't normally see.
Let's see. Let me zoom in for the sake of the audience on Michigan real quick. Yeah, that is a lot of red with very little blue. There's a lot still blanked or not called, but yeah, that's a lot of red.
Any
I'm
chance
shocked.
that the vice president of the Detroit City Council endorsing Trump helped at all?
Yeah, you muffled out there a little bit, P-Dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any chance the vice president of the Detroit City Council endorsing Trump helped at all?
It's possible.
I mean, it just seems so weird that happened.
I think it has more to do with our Senate candidate who's running to unseat.
Oh, John James, that's right.
Yeah, John James is running against Gary Peters. John James is a charismatic young guy. He's a black man, which, guys, matters in Michigan. You don't have to like that, but it's true. And he's a vet. Gary Peters came at – there was a great moment here in Michigan. Gary Peters comes after John James for not caring about kids with pre-existing conditions. John James's wife makes a ad responding to it. because their kid has a pre-existing condition.
Oh,
I was like, fuck, dude, how'd you fuck that up? And
Well, that's
ever
like-
since then, John has been having a decent run here. And I do hope he wins. He seems like a nice guy.
Did you want me to display this, Satsu, your screen here?
Huh? Oh wait. Let me go back to the thing that I was looking at because there was an actual post that I was looking at that I.
Oh, okay.
And I gotta go.
I'll have to see how that works out if I try to do.
This is it. And this picture.
Oh, Dick. That's funny.
That freeze frame, though.
Yeah, look at that guy's his head
Oh.
angle and his face. Jesus.
That moment when you done fucked up.
Fist of Thor. Look at his fist.
that is so wrong.
Yeah, and he looks so casual, like he's just walking along, and then boom.
It looked like he hit him with like 10 years of teenage angst.
Yes.
Oh, painful.
Oh, man.
Lindsey Graham has just kept his seat in South Carolina.
I saw Elon Omar one too, and they just.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Hickenlooper, though, took one of the Republican seats in the Senate. I can't remember who he was going against.
Oh, how's Maine looking? Because that's the Collins seat.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of money been poured into Maine to try to unseat her, and there's a good chance she's going to lose her seat.
So just to fall back on the format briefly, YouTube time. I'll go first. You guys are looking at what I'm doing for YouTube today. I'm not sure if I'll do a TEDx tomorrow. I'm still debating on that one. Maybe. Depends on how much energy I have after tonight and what work requires of me. But we'll see. So keep tuned for that. Otherwise, Satsu, what have you been up to today?
Working on the third episode of my Final Fantasy 14 thing. Pretty much doing that most of the day. I got the script completely done, and now I'm pulling the clips together. And then after that, I'll be getting the final edits and stuff done. So that's pretty much what I've been focusing on most of the day. So.
All right. Monkey, what have you been up to today?
Before I answer it, can you scroll down on the New York Times thing there? I want to show you something.
Okay.
A little bit more. You see the meters right there? Nope, back up. Right there. See the little meters there?
Yep.
Florida, they got 95% to Trump,
Yes.
chance to win. North Carolina, the same, even though Biden's slightly ahead. And Georgia, even though he's up by 13, it's only an 83% chance. I've been watching that as well, too, guys. So pay attention to those things. But what I do today, I did a Monkey in the Morning. No game streaming on my channels because I took a couple of days off. Probably won't do one today either because after this, I'm going to be over there doing more election coverage because this is what I live for, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
And P-Dog, what have you been up to today?
Well, I did 2 streams today. One was just a 10-minute pre-voting stream because I had to pick up Lady Boomer after work, and we went and voted. And then I did my normal morning night live show, which is Monday through Friday, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. And I don't know what it's GMT anymore because we had daylight savings time, but that's my morning show. If you're up in the morning, if you're ever watching YouTube, there's a lot of people here that probably aren't subscribed to me, so hey, get on it. Anyway, that was, and then I did this great thing. I weaseled my way onto Lords of the Night.
Yeah, you totally weaseled when I sent you the invite.
Right.
Yeah, but you're so clever. You're so clever.
Weasel dog.
Weasel.
Let's see. Oh, NBC now is apparently they're projecting with 69% of the vote in Trump getting Ohio, but that's not an affirm yet. That's just them making an estimate based on their numbers. So we'll see. It's too early to call on their side, but a lot of stuff is swinging just barely. I mean, Trump has, as far as their count's concerned, he's only up by about 130,000 votes. So we'll see how things hash out. As for fucketry, I've got a couple of things that happened today that are really amazing. And have since, okay.
I'm sorry. Can I step away for just a moment? Well, I am stepping away for just a moment. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, you don't need to ask permission. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
don't realize he's gone. And you're like, Wookie, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, like, oh my God, what the hell? Let's see. Shady Grin says, link to the map that is on the screen, please. Okay, I will put that into the chat. Be careful of navigating away from this page, guys. If you don't have a subscription to the New York Times, they will lock you out if you click on it too many times. So there was a couple of tweets that were put out today that were almost immediately deleted for reasons that will become obvious in a moment. The most significant that I saw today, at least maybe not the most significant, the most shocking, I guess, Keith Olbermann. now, just as a point of reference, Keith Olbermann is actually in the dark history of my recollection, actually kind of one of my inspirations for attempting to do YouTube in the first place.
Really?
Not because of how he has gone mentally and ideologically over the last several years, but his special comments during the Bush administration, back when he had his show Countdown,
Right.
they were some of the only unveiled critical commentaries about the Bush administration at a time where anybody who spoke out against Bush was called unpatriotic or treasonous, etc. And back then, during that, especially his early ones, after a while he got too full of himself and went completely off the ranch. But his early ones were very, very informative and necessarily critical, I think, at the time, because there was a lot too much just, listen and believe as far as the Bush administration was going at that time. That aside, I have a lot of respect for Keith Olbermann. It has dwindled over the years, and today's little event was very bewildering to me because he tweeted out, yes, @real Donald Trump has always been, will always be, and on the day of his bid for re-election still is a whiny little Kunta Kinte. And I'm like, okay, and I said this to somebody before. I mean, he deleted the tweet, and thankfully Twitter had it still displayed to me even after he'd already deleted it, so I could capture it. I said somewhere in the thread, I said, I mean, it has been a very long time since I watched Roots. So maybe I'm forgetting some kind of reference where that makes any sense or seems appropriate given what happened to Toby. But I was like, he's a who now, Keith Olbermann? Does that make any sense to you guys? Because
Well, did you see his later explanation?
No, I didn't. I missed that. So what did he say?
So he ended up deleting. I saw that and I immediately screenshot it because I didn't think it would last an hour.
Right.
And it took him a while to delete it, but he deleted it. And then he later comes out with a tweet where he was talking about how he was trying to reference a polite way to call him a C word. I don't know if you can say that on your show or not. But the thing is, in the explanation, so he put C space, right? Yeah. But he did it like 4 times in his explanation. And so then people were ripping on him for talking about calling somebody a cunt,
Why didn't he just do that in his Kunta Kinte? What?
Oh, and yeah, and people are like, but my eyes. Usually doesn't anything he says doesn't make me raise an eyebrow. Yeah. But that one, I was like, Keith, do you even know what you just wrote?
That was a poor choice of words.
Black people were dragging him left and right. That was just hilarious.
Sure. Maybe he was trying to say Kunta Kinte.
Well, that is what he was thinking. He was trying to use it as a substitute for the word, cunt. But then people are like, wait a minute, you think black people are cunts?
Right. Not just black people, slaves. Slaves were cunts.
Right.
Yeah,
right. And I wanted to make him a Toby joke. I was trying to figure out how I could fit Toby into a reply to him. I'm sorry. Oh, do you want us to be Toby instead, Keith?
Oh, I would have said I would have found a way to work in the phrase, but don't take my word for it. Did in the other realm of
Toby.
In the other realm of deleted tweets, this is the most classic one of the night from the New York Times, who tweeted, and I'm reading it verbatim. The role of declaring the winner of a presidential election in the U.S. falls to the news media. The broadcast networks and cable news outlets have vowed to be prudent. Here's how it will work. And then a link to their story. And about maybe 5 minutes later, that disappeared, and they posted this. Correction, we've deleted an earlier tweet that referred imprecisely to the role of the news media in the U.S. presidential election. The news media projects winners and reports results. It does not declare the winner of the election. And the fact that you guys put that out, like somebody sat there, wrote those words down, and thought, yeah, that's what we should be saying in this particular atmosphere right now, given the news media's reputation at present, and sent that out. And I was like, yeah.
In an earlier post, we accidentally said what we meant. And
Yeah.
They basically just told the Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, right.
No, going up there with Mika when she told us that Donald Trump wants to tell you what to think, and that's our job.
Right.
Right.
Well, then just short time after that, the New York Times posted this. Wondering what might happen tonight? So are we, live on The Daily. Join Mickey Barb, Carolyn Ryan, and our reporters now. And I said, why wonder? It's your role to declare the winner, so why not just save us all the trouble and call it now? That was my smartass remark. Otherwise, not a whole lot today, I guess. Except, here's the thing from the Washington Post that asks, what happens to CNN and MSNBC if Biden wins? It's complicated. Quote, they're going to feel very lost because they are largely addicted to Trump at this point and that sense of chaos, says one cable news ... That's all the caption I can get because I don't have a subscription to Washington Post. What happens to CNN and MSNBC? Like Monkey said, look at the Obama administration. That's your tea leaves if you need them.
Yeah, it's not if you're partisan, you can always find somebody to hate.
I think it hurts CNN more than anybody else. Because CNN literally became Trump 24/7 network, and it kept them in third place.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But they'll always find some shit to talk about.
Let's see. I think that's all I had. Not having anything to do with fucketry so much, but I started watching the TV series on Hulu called Hellstrom, which is based off of a Marvel Comics character. It's in the realm of the supernatural side of Marvel Comics, where you have essentially the son of Satan going around, except he's acting like John Constantine, sort of being a private eye exorcist. Except he also has a sister who acts as a sort of morbid Indiana Jones. Not Sugar Twat Jones, although she might be. It's a very bizarre show. I'm not sure if I like it yet. Gave it 2 episodes so far. We'll see if I continue, but that's all the other stuff I got. Satsu, you got any fucketry?
People were kind of getting into it over on Facebook earlier. There was one of my friends was over there talking about the fact that he's seeing so many of his friends and people he knows literally worshiping Biden just because they don't like Trump is sickening.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, half of y'all don't even know who your local state reps are. Y'all are ignorant and don't know what the fuck you're talking about. A lot of people on here saying all this stuff, and it's just, I'm sick of seeing it. He just kind of blew up. And almost 90% of the responses was like, oh, so voting for Trump is better? So what about Trump? Are you going to vote for Trump? Trump is disgusting. And he's like, I didn't say a motherfucking thing about Trump. Like, he went through it to everybody. He was like, every single person in here who responded about Trump, I didn't say shit about Trump. We're not talking about Trump at all. I'm talking about y'all obsession with how fucking amazing Biden is all of a sudden, without doing any research to see what this man has done, if he's done anything for us. And they're like, well, if you're not talking about voting for him, you might as well be talking about voting for Trump. And he's like, no, there are other people on the ballot. He's like, the opposite of Biden is not Trump. Like, that's not how that works. But and that was it. No matter where the conversation went, no matter how many times he corrected them and tried to lead them back to convincing him that Biden is the saint that they say he is, every fucking response, every single one was like, but Trump. He's like, we're not talking about Trump. I'm
Yeah.
not saying nothing about him.
I asked somebody today, I said, can you tell me what you appreciate about Biden as a candidate and what he's going to do for you without mentioning Trump? Because you should be able to isolate it all by themselves, take the candidate that you're for, and describe the benefits of voting for them, et cetera, without even bringing up the opponent, if they possess any values unique to themselves. And I haven't found many people who are able to do that.
Nobody knows.
Another post I saw today says, Marxists, you have nothing to lose but your chains. Democrats, but my boss just got me these chains. They're brand fucking new. Republicans, chains make America great. Social Democrats, let's keep the chains but loosen them a little bit. And then libertarians, that would kill the chain industry and wreck the economy.
Wow.
And I'm just like, that's hilarious. Let me see. What else did I see today? Oh, okay. This one's actually pretty funny. It's a story, guys. So I'll try to read it as quickly as possible. It says, this couple and their daughter are standing in line at Walmart. It's them and some Karen and then the guy and me. So the little girl asked her dad something and he responded. Now, why would you ask a question like that? If she asked why you were fat, then you would be mad. So worry about you and not her. The lady behind them says, you really shouldn't talk to your child like that. That's mental child abuse. And then the person who wrote this said, oh shit, here we go. And the dad said, excuse me, who are you talking to? And the Karen says, you shouldn't be calling your child fat. That's child abuse. And he said, don't come at me sideways, man. You don't know me like that. And if you must know, I am teaching my child not to ask rude and offensive questions. Anytime she asks a rude question, I ask her one about herself. So like I told her, worry about you and not her. And she said, this is me and the guy over on the side, like, yeah, you tell her. I said, Karen, but that's still mental and emotional abuse. And he said, you know what? This is the dad. You know what, baby girl? Ask that lady the same question you asked me. Go ahead. You won't get in trouble. And the little girl turned around and said, ma'am, why do you smell like that? Do you take showers?
Damn.
And the Karen said, that's not a very nice thing to ask someone. It could really hurt someone's feelings. And the dad said, exactly. When she asked me this question, she was talking about you. But now you want to come talking about abuse while I was trying to save you from getting your stinking ass feelings hurt.
Damn.
He said, now look at you. You sad and stinky.
Wow.
And I was just like, bro.
Just as a brief aside, so obviously things are still early, but with 25% of the votes counted, Pennsylvania is currently leaning Trump. Now, obviously, that could change immediately if a couple counties come in, and I don't know what the biggest counties are in Pennsylvania, but all the same, that's interesting.
Yeah. Wow.
Was that it, Satsu?
That one had me though. Bro.
Is that all you had, Satsu?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Let's see. My brain's left me. Who haven't I asked about fucketry tonight? P-Dog. You got any fucketry?
I really don't. I didn't really. I really wasn't on the internet much today. I was too busy dealing with my brother-in-law who owes us a lot of money, and that's a whole nother story. So there you go.
Sure. Monkey, you got any fucketry?
I did enjoy this. Alyssa Milano said, I will be doing Instagram lives all day throughout election.
Thank God.
Throughout election day, giving you all updates. And I was thankful that she's there for us.
Yes. Thank God that Alyssa Milano's on our side, everyone.
Chris Saliza retweeted a New York Times piece that said that this election between Trump and Biden was the tough guy versus the nice guy of politics.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, the nice guy, you dog-faced pony soldier.
Which
What are you on,
one's which?
drugs?
He called a man fat as though it was
Yeah.
his name.
Yeah. Hey, fat.
Oh, but have you heard so some people were using that and they had like in tweets talking about this different shit that Biden has said, and there's people out there now going, he didn't say fat, he said facts.
No, he said fat.
He said listen fat, not listen facts. He said listen fat.
Why would you say facts?
Listen, facts.
Because they're trying to say no. He was trying to say that no, he had facts on his side.
I see.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you
Bad
piece of
coverage.
shit.
Gotcha.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
That's right.
Let's see. Judge Death on Twitter did a poll of who they're going to vote for, or for people to vote for president, either Omega and Lord Bear, me, or an amoeba. Only me and the amoeba technically could win because we're Americans, as long as it's an American amoeba. But I still won handily. There's 9 hours left to vote, guys, but I'm up 52%. So
American Amoeba sounds like the title of some independent teen coming of age movie. I don't know. This was the first thing that came to my head. I was just like, American Amoeba.
But then my favorite of the day.
Yes.
This chick named Tara.
Oh, yeah. I saw this.
I don't know her. I've never seen her before. But she tweeted this out, not at anybody. This was her original tweet, says this. Please do not confuse your half-assed research on internet forums with my graduate degree in political science.
And what did I reply?
I don't know. What did you reply? I know I saw it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, but what's the soup of the day?
Oh, yes.
Anytime someone tells me one of their degrees, especially because someone did that they had I have a degree in gender studies. Yeah, whatever. What's the soup of the day?
Right. Well, the kind of people who tell me, if I'm having an argument with you, you having a degree is irrelevant. It really is. Your argument should stand without you having to mention it.
Yes.
And next to only people who tell me their IQ, these are my favorite people to argue with. They really are, because they think that, well, I have a degree is actually an answer. It's not. Now, if you tell me I have a degree in that and I did my thesis paper on this, or I didn't go to college, whatever, some fucking paper you did on it, like, okay, well, let's discuss what the paper says, because that's important. Your degree's not.
Nope.
Don't give a fuck. That's all I got.
Alrighty.
Fuck off, Tara.
Let's see. I've had several requests in the chat to look at different states. I hope you guys have seen those. I've zoomed in as you've asked. But yeah, right now let's take a look at Florida real quick. Donald Trump is still up with 94% of the votes reported. His lead is just around 300 and some odd thousand votes, so awfully close. I don't know what the margin is in Florida for. This is the thing, state to state. I don't know what the laws are for what triggers a recount or anything else, or what the percentages are. So who knows? But right now, Trump has at least about a 4% lead over Biden in Florida thus far. We'll see how that passes out. Let's go over to Ohio. Right now, Trump is up just by a smidge, 300,000 votes, according to New York Times, with 74% of the votes reported. So, again, pretty close. Trump really needs Ohio. He can really do with Ohio.
Do you see what was just said? Look at the latest updates there on the right-hand side. That just popped up.
Columbus, Ohio. With most of the votes counted in Ohio's heavily suburban Delaware County, Trump has a 5-point lead there. Trump carried this county by 16 points in 2016. Ooh.
Yeah, that's been the problem for the Trump campaign here, is even in places where he's doing well, he's down from where he was in the last election.
Yeah.
And that's what's making this one a nail biter for them.
So there's Ohio. Pennsylvania right now with 28% reported. Trump is up slightly, but there's still plenty to count, and don't hold on to that too much until later on in the evening. And again, Pennsylvania is going to be probably the one state everybody's going to be wanting to make sure they get right before anybody calls it.
Yeah.
So of all, that's one of the key states. Let's see. Somebody earlier said North Carolina. Take a look at. Trump is up, but only by a hair, with 89% reporting. He's got 49.8 versus 49. So that's about as close as you can ask for.
Things are not looking good in Arizona.
Arizona,
Not
I'm
for
kind of
Trump.
surprised. Not
Trump.
looking good for Trump. I was kind of surprised because, not that Razor Fist is the a psychic or anything, but he was like, "Oh, Arizona's totally going to go red." Like, I don't know, but because I'm not much of an Arizona expert, but right now it's leaning towards Biden with 74% in. The lead is about 220,000 votes for Biden. I mean, I don't know what the populations of these blank counties are, but I'd be surprised, given the rest of Arizona, if they make up the difference somehow, if they suddenly all went red. So we'll see about that one.
Some of the Maricopa County ones are 77% counted. Some of that 23 remaining needs to go strong Trump for him to have a chance there.
In Texas, Trump is up 51-47, looking pretty good for him. 79% counted so far. Still plenty of counties to report in, but it's trending pretty good for him there. People who thought that Texas might go blue, not so far, but night is still somewhat young.
Didn't look like they had Houston completely counted down there.
Let's see, Houston. That's leaning towards Biden. Pretty, if that's 82%, 56-42, Harris is looking very Biden right now, but that might not make up the difference depending on how things hash. Let's see, any other questions right now? I think Minnesota's probably Biden without too much guesswork, right?
Minnesota probably.
Yeah.
I mean, there was always the hope for people to wake up and go, Democrats did this to your cities. But that's not going to happen.
What do they have counted there? They only have the cities in Duluth counted, though, it looks like. Minnesota?
Hennepin is pretty much counted. That's 93% in.
And that's half the state, and then the rest of the state is the other half.
Right.
It's like...
Let's see. Michigan has... Donald Trump's got a 200,000 lead over Biden thus far, but that's only with 33% reporting. Detroit, let's see, Oakland County, 51-47 Biden. Wayne County, 55-42 Biden.
Now Wayne is going to go just straight Biden. That's not even a question. But Oakland being that close is shocking to me.
Yeah. I forget who it was on Twitter. They were saying, whoever wins, the fact that things are so close in so many places is probably more shocking. And I'm like, I don't know how shocking that is. I mean, we are, as we have been for many years now, a very, very divided country. The fact that so many places are hashing out 49-49 or 51-48 or whatever the hell it is, it doesn't really surprise me at all. This election, whichever way as it swings, is not going to unify anybody.
Well, the concept of people claiming that, America should be this unified place where everybody's on the exact same page and stuff, it really confuses me nowadays, especially considering the fact that, the thing that makes America so great is it's a melting pot, a big ball of diversity. I'm like, isn't like same thing, like all the people being on the same page, thinking the exact same way, the way that is the approved way to think, isn't that like the opposite of diversity?
Right. Like,
doesn't that go against that narrative? Like we almost can't. And even in places that are quote unquote diverse or just, ethnically specific, it's still hard to get people on the same page. So I'm just like, I don't understand why people even think this is possible.
Over there on the latest updates, it says Trump campaign officials said they were optimistic about the numbers they were seeing with Hispanic voters in Nevada, following the same trend in Florida. They don't really think they can win Nevada, do they? Nevada. Sorry.
That would be amazing, but I no.
One of the rare times that I've listened to David Frum in the last year was today when he said, having a category of Hispanics, as a category of Hispanic, it would be like having a category of Europeans where you're saying Ashkenazi Jews, Czechs, Londoners, and someone from the islands of Spain would all be the same.
Well, they do that with white people.
The Hispanics in Florida are very different than the Hispanics in Nevada. They're, it's Cubans and Venezuelans in Florida. It's Mexican and Mexican, Central America in Nevada. And the ones in Nevada are more likely to be second generation.
Well, the one argument I heard about Nevada possibly going Trump was the loss of business in Las Vegas as a result of the lockdowns and the pandemic and everything.
Maybe.
Right.
And so the one argument I heard for Trump there, and I know it's tenuous at best, was that as hurt as they are by the lockdowns and the closures and everything, the notion that Trump wants to reopen the economy versus Biden, who is still advocating for lockdowns, that might swing some people to vote for Trump simply out of economic necessity. Now, is that going to somehow turn Nevada red this time around? Probably not, but like I say, who knows? I'm being asked to look closer at Virginia. Okay. Let's see. 55% reporting it's Biden 45% versus Trump 52. If they're already, but there's still lots of votes being counted in the bigger counties in the state, so that's why they're still predicting. But who knows?
Fairfax, where Alexandria is, that's only 28%, 28 or 26. I can't tell what that is.
Yeah, 28% vote reported. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the numbers hold right there, you multiply the difference by 3. That's what 36,000 votes, 39,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
That's not enough to swing it. So I'm wondering why they are being so shy right now. I mean, like Hampton, Norfolk, those are not big enough to overcome that margin. I'm looking at the places that haven't it all the way. And then you have places like Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, which those are likely going to go red. They might have to fix that. They might have to change that and check that off for Trump.
We'll wait and see there.
Oh, it did come in.
Yeah, it was in the mail.
Did you like that picture?
Yeah.
When I went and got my license, guys, I took 2 pictures. She took the first one and my smile was just a little crooked. I'm like, nah, let's do that one again. And she took the next one and it was so bad. So very, very bad. I'm like, oh yeah, we're keeping that one.
Hi, Lady Monkey, by the way.
So I do have my new license. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry.
How is Lady Monkey?
She's well.
You guys didn't get any stickers, I take it, though.
We did not get stickers for voting, and it made me sad.
So did you officially vote if you don't get a sticker?
You did. You just don't get to brag about it.
Oh. I'm getting reports from our friend Yosef that TYT is reeing so hard right now. Why is TYT reeing so hard?
Because
is he in the chat or is he over on?
He's on Twitter. I'm just seeing things on Twitter. Yeah.
Yosef's a good guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
I don't know if he's. I have no idea if he's set up to come on or anything. But on the off chance, Yosef, if you're listening, I can send him the link, I guess.
Hypnagogic. How do you say your fucking name? Monk in chat there says we got a pen for voting.
Hypnagogic monk. It's not that hard. Come on.
Shut up. I saw somebody got a nice stylus for voting. I'm like, I didn't even get a sticker. Fucking rich counties and towns, and they didn't even let me keep my Corona pen.
All right, I sent Joseph the link. See if he might be able to pop in and say hello. Let's see. Anything else on the wonderful Twitter machine? Oh well, we got Ask Club Daily. Thank you, Ask Club Daily.
Yeah.
Always making my day a little brighter here and there.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Well, we got Senate votes and things like that. I don't know how to assess those because I don't know the names of most of these people. Let's see. Josh Kraushar over at the Against the Grain columnist at National Journal. I don't know what that is. but he's apparently saying Trump is up by 2.4 points in Ohio. So Ohio might be. Joe Biden is projected to win New Mexico, according to the Washington Post.
A given.
Yeah, that's also a given. Yeah. Let's see.
According to the Times one that we have up on the screen there, if you scroll down, Ohio Trump's up by 5.
Let's see. Ohio, yeah, Trump up by 5. So right now, battleground states: Florida, Trump up by 3; North Carolina, Trump up by 0.8; Arizona, Biden by 9; Ohio, Trump by 5; Georgia, Trump by 12; Minnesota, Biden by 24; Wisconsin, Trump up by 2; Michigan, Trump up by 11; Pennsylvania, Trump up by 9. But that's only with 32% of Pennsylvania reporting. Like I say, Pennsylvania is really the one to watch because that's vital for most of the ways Trump could possibly win this. Thank you, Keldrig. Hashtag Scrotus2024. I mean, I don't know. Nikki Haley is going to be tough to beat. Thank you, Keldrig.
I want to pull something up on the screen if I can.
Go ahead.
This is the map I did this morning.
Okay.
And so far, I'm pretty.
All right. So stare at the map currently up on the screen from the New York Times, and then switch to Monkey's map.
Now the only difference is like Arizona may not go for him.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I see Trump winning if he wins. He could lose this if he picks up Virginia. But if he loses Arizona with this map, he doesn't win.
Yeah.
He win all that other shit. He still needs Arizona or Virginia or Michigan. So
thank you, Chicago Mike. Moonbase 2024. And then guess what? It's a Yosef.
Yosef,
yes.
How you been, my friend?
I've been good. I've been meaning to come back to YouTube about the election. This is great.
I know, right? It's election night. So are you standing by?
Standing back.
Standing back and standing by, right?
I'm doing this right now.
Man, I don't go camping, but I was so jealous of your little camping thing where you just went away from it all. Now, I would have needed like a luxury hotel around me. This is from like a couple months back, guys. I'm talking with a friend here. You'll be fine. That looked like so damn calming, man.
It's really as my plan was like, you know what? The left is crazy right now. I'm just gonna chill for a couple of months. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna barbecue a bunch, and after the election, I'll come back to YouTube. But right now, they're crazy, and they are losing their ish right now. Like PYP is so good. Like there was like this one lady was like literally crying. It was so funny.
Oh, I gotta go over there.
Like
yeah, Chink is losing his shit right now.
He's trying so hard.
Yeah, he's upset that things are so close. He's upset that things are so razor's edge on things. And honestly, I mean, if on either side of the aisle, I can understand that kind of frustration that you think. It is frustrating that we're going to be so divided and everything. And to Satsu's point, yeah, I mean, we don't want necessarily conformity and all that. But at the same time, God, I just wish on some things, I wish we could all get on similar pages. But I guess we're probably never going to get there again.
Well, he's saying right now that they should go further left. That's the problem. They didn't go
right.
Like, okay, Chink, go right ahead. And I really think what the culture now is all of the BLM protests and all the Antifa protests. It's like Virginia. They CNN had to remove Virginia. There's a huge lead in Virginia right now. Trump might flip Virginia red.
That's what we're seeing on at least the New York Times map. So Virginia right now, they're 55% reporting, and Trump is 200,000 votes above Biden, but there's still votes being counted in Fairfax County and stuff. So that's really that's what's sort of halting them, I think, from saying otherwise.
They called it way too soon out there.
They may have.
Now, it might end up being that it still goes to Biden, but the way they called this was wrong. They should have waited.
Yeah, they should have waited.
But it's so great right now. Even like, because to this day on Twitter, it's like, well, the Proud Boy is going to come out and attack people after Trump get elected. No, we're not. We're going to do the same thing we did last time. We went to a bar, we got drunk, we partied hard, and had a hangover the next day. I remember that day. It was hilarious. It was it was so funny.
I'm curious to know because we haven't talked directly for quite a while now. So the Proud Boys have been brought up like the boogeymen. I mean, when the QAnon thing seemed to fall flat with most people, they fall back to the Proud Boys as the big threat. From where you're at, and for those of you that don't know, you're still a member of the Proud Boys, correct?
Yeah, I'm like a really old Proud Boy too. I've been there since the beginning.
And so, from your perspective, what exactly is the Proud Boy? Are they up to, and what exactly is their agenda right now, if they have one?
Real quick, before you answer that, I just want to point out, according to the media, what Joseph just told us is he's an old racist.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Proud Boys are all white supremacist guys, just so you know. Joseph, tell us more about the Proud Boys.
So I know with my chapter right now, we're having a barbecue off, and every other meets somebody else barbecue all the food there. So that's what we're doing. We're barbecuing delicious, slow cooked meats. So I don't know what Atifa have been doing the past 3 months, but I know what I have been doing for the past 3 months. If you can give me any updates of what Atifa have been doing for the past 3 months, I've been having slow cooking delicious meat on a grill.
And what's your wine cooler of choice with that?
Strawberry lemonade.
There you go. That's right.
That's a good answer.
So it's literally a drinking club. Every once a month we come around, we drink, we hang out, we talk politics, and it's really for like a place where like males can like chill and talk politics, like and be away from women, because sometimes guys want to talk politics and want to get kind of aggressive, want to yell and say, "Hey, no, your side is stupid," and you don't. I feel like guys kind of pull back their hits when there's like a lady in the room. But it's just a bunch of guys talking politics. You can get real aggressive. It's just great. And then with the whole Atifa thing, we've been saying this since for 5 years that Atifa is a real issue.
Mm-hmm.
So we stood down on purpose for the past couple of months, like so Americans see how crazy Atifa is. Like we've been fighting Atifa for 3 years, so like you guys can see how crazy Atifa is. So when Joe Biden's like, well, what about the Proud Boys? And stand down. We was already standing down. It's been when Donald Trump said, "What about Atifa?" Like, well, Atifa, like you can't compare the Proud Boys with Atifa. You just can't, because they've been for 130 days. They've been burning up America and looting and beating up people and beating up black people and homeless people and setting homeless people's stuff on fire and beating up women and minorities. Like currently, Antifa have attacked more minorities, more women, more Hispanics, more blacks than the alt-right or really any KKK member this year. Mm-hmm. They are the #1 threat to minorities if you look at the numbers.
Joining us as well from across the pond over in the wonderful world of Scotland, it's Tailed Feature.
Good evening, everyone.
How are you doing,
Hi
Tail?
there.
I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm having fun this evening. How are you guys?
Oh, we're watching all the craziness roll in. So what's your take on all of our Yankee ridiculousness over there?
Well, it's enjoyable in the sense that there's a lot of salt. I'm enjoying that. It's just I don't know. I didn't want to call it at any point because I kind of thought it could go either way, but perhaps that was a slightly pessimistic view of the state of affairs over there. So I'm quite happy to see the way things are going so far.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I didn't vote for either, but there's a silver lining for my cynical entertainment value with either way it goes. On the one side, the schadenfreude that will occur if Trump wins is going to be more epic than 2016, especially with how razor thin everything has been. If things swing just slightly Trump's way, the heads exploding across the country, it's going to be funny to watch. And again, it's sort of like sitting from my lawn chair watching the world burn. It's that kind of notion. If Biden wins, then my entertainment value is like, well, you guys asked to take on this burden, solve our problems now, with all the promises and all the hyperbole and everything. So, yeah. But the one thing I heard earlier that somebody was saying, I forget it was an NBC guy or something. He says, if Trump wins, that might seriously threaten our relationships with our allies. And I'm like,
again.
How so? More so than it already has. And he brought up NATO specifically. Like, are we going to leave NATO if Trump wins a second term and doesn't have to worry about being elected? I'm like,
Wait, you mean the NATO that we got to start paying for their own shit?
Yeah.
That NATO, those people that he got them to start paying for their own defense now. I'm fine with that.
So I just want to say, CNN just called Utah for Trump, and Trump and Chink eyes are red like he's gonna cry.
oh yeah, no. If you go over to TYT right now and you look at just Chink's up face close, it's amazing. He's losing
it's beautiful.
He's
That's
so
what
mad.
I was laughing at.
Yeah, and he's not mad. He's not mad yet because Trump is like a surefire win. He's mad that so many places are so close to call. Especially like again, I remember from the Dame Pesos montage of clips from the last TYT broadcast in 2016. I believe it was Cenk reacting to the numbers in Virginia that gave him some kind of notion that things were going south real quick. And now correct me if I'm wrong. Did Trump didn't win Virginia last time? Did he?
No, he didn't.
Right, but it was the numbers
No,
there that gave it was the numbers there that gave him some kind of notion that things were going bad. I think it was Virginia. And the fact that Virginia is so close now, I'm wondering if Chink's having the exact same like chain reaction inside his head.
It's traumatized. It's hilarious. Yeah. It's TYT is I'm telling everybody, just go to TYT and look at the chat. It's just all MAGA. It's all tacos.
It's amazing.
It's MAGA and tacos.
And tacos for Dame Pesos.
Oh,
Hilarious.
Dame Pesos, yeah. I think you might.
It was on spoons.
Real quick, thank you, Mike R. The TYT live chat is all trolls. Yeah, of course it is, and it's driving Cenk nuts because he can't. His ego can't take just words on a screen. Even oh my god, it's crazy. Oh man,
I do want to point out that the battleground watch at the bottom there.
Yeah,
the Georgia one is the only one I've seen moving. It had been at 85 for Trump. It was just at 80, and they just moved it back up to 81 for Trump.
Okay, so it's wiggling a bit. Yeah, Florida. Let's see, where's Florida at on the big map? Florida right now, 51-47 Trump so far with 94% of the estimated votes reported. It's taking them a long time to get their percentages in because I bet they're being very careful down there. But let's see. Any others we're looking at?
I'd also point out that the ones we're looking at so far, it would take an amazing amount of mail-in votes to come in. And like Florida, they have to be in by today.
Right.
There's certain states that they have to be there today. If they're not there, they're just not counted. So Florida is one of those, if I remember correctly. So Florida will be called when we're done here.
Hey, Tail, is there any kind of like, if you know, like any kind of notion in the general Scotland culture of whether or not they're freaking out over a Trump win or welcoming a Biden win?
It's anyone but Trump over here. Because we're a bit hipstery when it comes to not liking Trump in this country because he has quite a lot of he owns quite a lot of land over here.
Oh, that's right.
And he wants to do a lot of developments and stuff like that. So we've protested him over here before, long before he was a presidential candidate and all that kind of thing. So and most people over here have just bought all the lies and stuff about him. So I imagine that most of my friends and colleagues and everything, they'll all be freaking out pretty soon, which I'll just have to bite my tongue and not actually, say that this is the result I wanted.
Has his, I don't know, I mean, have his investments over there been a benefit or a detriment to the economy over there, do you think?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it, because usually when people have complained about him and protested the stuff that he's been doing, it's because of building golf courses and sort of natural beauty spots and all that kind of stuff. The knocking down of old buildings and things like that to make a golf course. Whereas you could sort of look at the other argument, which is, well, it brings jobs to the area and all that kind of thing. So it just depends on what your outlook is, I guess.
Thank you, Ex-Bubba Hotep. I'm just waking up. Why is Virginia called for Biden? So far, it may have been very premature to have called Virginia for Biden because, at least as of right now, and it could go either way. Right now, Trump has got a 52% versus 46%, and with 56% reporting. Now, that is understanding that the major big population counties like Fairfax and Loudoun County, et cetera, and Prince William, et cetera, and those around haven't had their full vote totals brought in yet. Like Fairfax County is only 28% reported. And if that one goes all the way for Biden, then Trump probably doesn't win Virginia. It's a lot closer than people might have imagined, so they probably shouldn't have outright called it blue yet, but we'll see. We'll see.
Right now, I'm looking right now. Wolf Blitzer is telling on Twitter saying that the popular vote doesn't matter because Trump is winning that.
Well, I mean, yeah.
He's actually built up a decent popular lead to where even California would. I mean, we're talking about making it more even than a win for Biden.
Right. Yeah, popular. Yeah, but as we saw in 2016, popular doesn't determine anything necessarily. But it is interesting that so far he's got the popular vote in the current count.
For the record, I'm over at TYT and I'm just repeating over and over again in their chat that I'm better than them.
Let's see. So as a programming note, in about 10 minutes, Monkey's going to split off from us and start his own broadcast talking election night for the long haul. Monkey, what do you got planned over there?
Basically what we're doing here, talking what it looks like, where it's going, where they're getting it wrong, where they're getting it right. I'm going to do what the news tries to do, but well.
There you go. So, guys, if you want to do some stream crawling after this or flip back and forth between us, I plan on keeping this going for at least another hour, maybe two, depending on how my energy level goes, but we'll see.
Stay here and come follow me afterwards. That's fine.
Yeah.
Man, Cenk is so red right now. I've never seen him this red before.
Is he, do you think he's more upset now than in 20? I mean, obviously we haven't gotten to the point where Trump is definitely the winner kind of angry, but in the lead up to doubt over the winning of his side, is he more or less angry now than he was in 2016, do you think?
I think he's more angry.
Yeah.
And
so.
A large part of it is he has built this up in his head that there's no way Trump could win. They did their thing. We saw that blue wave in 2018. They were on it. And he was just talking a moment ago about Arizona. And it was so funny watching his face as he said this. Everywhere Biden's had a lead, it's dissipated. I'm like, oh, he's going to cry tonight, y'all.
Every time I turn him on, I start laughing. That's why I keep having to hide out of the screen here.
Oh, he's so red. Look at his eyes. It's so sad.
Anna looks pissed.
Thank you, Point Curation. Popping in to say hi. Do you think that Biden will throw a bottle at a TV?
I hope.
We can only wonder.
Biden is just, if Biden loses, that man is just he's gonna let out a deep sigh and just go take a fucking nap like he should be anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna go tell
My question I got for you guys is how much destruction do you think is going to happen after this election?
Oh, dude, if Trump wins, cities will be on fire.
Yeah. Real quick, thank you, Sora Loon. Exciting times. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you, Sora. Go ahead.
No, they've been planning it. You know, what's the one in DC? Something not Occupy DC, but whatever. There's
the White House.
Yeah, there's groups been planning this for months. That's why everything in DC is boarded up. That's why they're doing all this stuff ahead of time. But I mean, literally, there are places. They have a site where they've been planning between the election and inauguration day that they're planning to go nonstop. If it's even close, or if they project Trump to win, or if it's even close, unless it's a Biden landslide. So they're ready to break shit. The problem is they have plans for the White House too. And unfortunately, the rules of engagement at the White House are much different than the rules of engagement for the DC police or any of these police police departments. They try to breach the White House, there's going to be some dead people. Period. They don't play. That's their job. They don't play. They'll evacuate the president, and they'll start killing people that breach the White House. So I hope they don't get that stupid.
Yeah, let's. Well, on a lighter note, there's a game I wanted to play real quick. I wanted to have Randy monkey around for this for at least a couple of minutes. So again, I know what our audience maybe be hoping happens, but on the hypothetical possibility that Joe Biden wins the presidency, he's going to need a cabinet.
Yes.
So I thought it might be fun to do a quick little round of semi-fantasy football and decide from the primary candidates who would go into what job if you have another suggestion on a Biden cabinet. So Department of Agriculture. Do you think that's a Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Michael Bloomberg, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, or Tulsi Gabbard position?
Andrew Yang.
Andrew Yang.
It's agriculture, so you don't want the commie in there. So don't let Bernie near that.
Okay, no Bernie. So who makes a good agriculture candidate?
I give it to Amy because people don't pay much attention to it. So just give her something to do.
And she's from a farming state.
That's true.
Minnesota's farming state.
Amy Klobuchar for Department of Agriculture.
Yes.
Department of Commerce.
This is crazy. So I'm looking at some exit polls.
Mm-hmm.
So black male went from 13% to 17%. Black women went to 4% to 8%. Latino men went to 32% to 35%. Latino women went to 25% to 28%. A white man went from 62% to 57%, and white women went to 52% to 54%.
Wait. So the minority vote is up, and
Yes.
Trump is winning like this?
Yes.
Oh, dude. Oh, if Cenk sees that, he's going to have a baby on camera.
They're going to be talking about it. The part that I turned on was when he was complaining about Hispanics in Florida.
My God.
No.
He is hot. It's
Yeah, that does
By the
seem to be
way,
the
Tails-
cope at the moment, is that Latinos aren't really, people of color anymore. They're white adjacent. So
That's right. Yeah. Racial proximity, I think, is the phrase I've heard several times.
Oh, the woman who wrote the 1619 Project. What's Hannah Jones.
Wells or whatever. Yeah.
She goes by IDB Wells, but Hannah Jones. Yeah, she has a whole thread on it about why they're just more white people promoting white supremacy.
Yeah, proximity to whiteness is what I've heard of many times.
Yeah, so I blame my white half. Hey, by the way, I never met Yosef. Hi, how you doing, man?
Oh yeah, Yosef, this is P-Dog. P-Dog, this is Yosef. Yosef, this is Tailed Feature. Tailed Feature, this is Yosef. Tailed, you have you met P-Dog? Tailed, I don't even know.
We were on the same time once before.
Okay.
I'm checking Twitter, and people are having a flipping meltdown on Latino voters. Like, all these racist Latino voters. No, it doesn't make white. No, it's absolutely so flipping racist, and so glorious.
It's hilarious.
How fast they threw the Hispanic vote under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Is he streaming too? I'll have to go check that out.
Who's that?
Vosh.
Oh, Bosch. I've never paid attention to that guy. What's his deal? I don't even know.
he's a
He's
pedo.
big old. Yeah, well.
Oh. Well, I guess that's one way of putting it. I don't know anything about him. Okay.
He's the guy that said that if we're being on it, or if we're being consistent, then child porn would be legal.
Okay. No, thank you. So why do people pay attention to him?
Making sorry.
Okay.
No, it was something like making child porn was the equivalent of making motherboards.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, gee. Yeah. Thank you, Frank Hubbard. The fourth may have been covered, but why is Virginia blue at the moment? Trump may lose it, but has a 6% lead. As far as the New York Times is concerned, percentage-wise, they probably got jumped the gun on coloring it solid blue without waiting for it, because Fairfax County is still being counted, and if it goes towards Biden as much as probably will, Virginia's probably going to go Biden anyway. So technically, they probably jumped the gun. They may still be correct in the aggregate, but we'll find out. I mean, if they have to switch it, that would be something. We'll wait and see.
Point Curation, thank you for the donation. I hope you're enjoying the night. You know what? I'm actually more in you guys' position tonight than I am on the show. So
yeah, Satsu's not a political junkie like some of us, I guess.
yeah, this shit is for me.
Well, let's see. Monkey about to bow out for the night.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off. There's so many liberals. Again, guys, I think Biden is gonna win. I'm not as certain as I was this morning.
Yeah.
But watching lefties fucking melt down is making me so happy.
Yeah, there's still going to be some really funny montages, even if Biden wins this one. So,
but yeah, guys, I'm going to bow out. Satsu and Scribe, a pleasure as always. Tailed and P Dog, pleasure, gentlemen. And Yosef, it has been way too long, my friend.
Oh, I'm back on YouTube now. Finally, I was just like, I'm just going to chill until after the election.
All right, well, we will catch up sometime. You guys all take care. Everybody have a great night. Love y'all. See you next time.
Bye, Monkey.
Later, Monkey.
Bye, Monkey.
And it's time for me. I have a date with my pillow too. I got to work.
All right.
So,
well, thank you for joining
guys.
us, P-Dog.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Yosef, and nice to see you again, Tailed, and later, Satsu, brother.
You too, man.
Later, dude.
All right,
care,
all right, fellas. Bye.
You gonna go check out Tues, Satsu?
I mean, I have nothing else to do, so I can stick around, but I don't know how useful that would be.
Well, it's up to you. I don't know how much longer. I'm probably going to go just for maybe another hour or two. I mean, it depends on how if things start getting interesting in some of these states. If it's like Ohio goes for Trump and Florida goes for Trump and Pennsylvania looks like it's up for grabs, I might hang out for a bit. I remember last time 4 years ago, before I really started doing any of this stuff, I was up all night listening to Medicare's live stream and watching the map change over, and it was freaking hilarious. Seeing all the salt flow over Trump winning, and everybody was expecting Hillary to take it. And as the night went on, watching TYT, listening to Medicare, watching the chats, it was just mesmerizing. So it's going to a couple of states going Biden. A couple of key states going Biden will tell me whether I'm staying up later tonight or not. That's where I'm at right now. So I'll probably keep going. But either way, if you want to split, whatever. It's been a full. You've done your duty for tonight, as it were.
So they currently call. Looking right now, they call Washington, Oregon, and California, which is at 0%.
Yep, just now.
What I don't get is they're not calling Texas, they're not calling Florida, they're not calling Georgia, they're not calling Ohio, and they're not changing Virginia, and also which is like I don't get.
Well, so Washington, Oregon, and California, almost without any question, are going to go for Biden. There's just there's no likelihood that there's going to be enough population in three of those states to go for Trump. So when the polls officially closed 2 minutes ago, so they're just like, yeah. And then we predicted this earlier. As soon as 8 o'clock Pacific rolls around, those three states are going to go blue, and they'll be called because there's no reason not to. I am curious to see if they have any numbers so far.
But if that's true, he get Arizona, and he gets Minnesota and Iowa. That's not enough to win.
Let's see. If Biden takes Arizona and Minnesota,
that's not enough.
Let's see. 11. And no, it's not enough to win all by itself. Yeah, it's still going to come down to Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio. If Trump doesn't pull out Ohio, looks like he might. Looks like he probably will. Pennsylvania, though. I mean, I
think Trump got Pennsylvania. I think he got Ohio. I know you have Georgia. I know you have Florida because Cuban votes. Texas is pretty much his, but I don't know why they haven't called that yet.
But, Pennsylvania is the real key state for him to win for any path that he's going to get out of this. And right now, 41% of the votes reported. Trump's up by about 450,000 votes. Not necessarily going to hold, but it is interesting just how close that is right now, and that it is thus far trending Trump. If he gets Pennsylvania and Ohio, oh man,
I'm going to go out on the limb. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to say Trump's won.
All right. Well, you heard it here, guys. Joseph says Trump wins it. I don't know. In a couple of key counties swing one way or the other. We might have, just like in 2016, it really came down to just a couple 10,000 votes in a couple of places to split it. So Let's see. I'm going to step away for just a second, guys. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So if anybody wants to be the lead of the show for a minute, feel free to take over, and I'll be back.
If anybody wants to be the lead of the show. Yo, Seth, what you been up to, dude?
Barbecuing, a lot of barbecuing. So I took a break from YouTube, so I just got really into like not even grilling, like barbecuing, like briskets and ribs and chuck roasts and shoulders and things of that nature.
And it makes me upset, by the way. I just want to throw that out there because I live in an apartment and I can't barbecue. So I know we cool and shit, but I kind of don't like you right now. Just don't.
Well, it's funny because my brother-in-law, he's got the same situation. I'm like, you can still barbecue, just hide it, you know.
Hide it. Just hide it. They'll never know.
Yeah, and I did my first brisket for my friend's wedding, which I was pretty proud of myself because, like, I feel like with barbecue, like doing a brisket is like the mark of being a pitmaster, and it took me like 13 hours to do. It was like a long time, but it was so delicious, so much meat.
People usually smoke brisket though, right? Like that's the usual way to do it. Because I've never actually had smoked or barbecue brisket because my life is terrible. So.
Well, where do you live at? If you live anywhere near Georgia, no.
I live in Ohio, so.
Oh, you know where near me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real southern thing. So when I made this brisket, I was extremely nervous because I was bringing to a redneck wedding. So like, if I fuck this up, they're gonna know.
Oh, they gonna know.
Yeah. So when all the fat rednecks like, oh, this is delicious. Like, yeah, they good. Yeah, you know, my food is gone. Yeah, but it took me like 13 hours. 13 hours of smoke. It was exhausting. I was all day near the grill. And it was, don't get me wrong, smoked brisket is delicious. It is amazing, but it's a pain in the ass to make.
So was your little trip, or just your little vacation? Was it worth it? Did you feel like you gained anything from it, or did you just come back like fuck, nothing changed?
Well, I guess for me it's like the left was really going crazy. They was really getting just insane, like being stuck inside. Everybody was cooped up, and I guess like I'm gonna take a break from everything because this is too much. The left is trying to get you fired. The left trying to get your life ruined. Mm-hmm. My gamble was if Trump wins again, they're gonna have to step back and see like, hey, where did we went wrong? There's something we did wrong to get the same result. Yeah. Where the American people is rejecting our, what we're trying to do right now. And that's what I'm betting on. It's like the Democratic Party is going to reject the hard left because the hard left is not winning. That's say if I come back and say, hey, I'm neutral. I was neutral in 2016. You guys kind of pushed me to the right, and I'm coming back neutral. Say if you guys can move this way, we may be able to do something. But you guys are just going absolutely crazy.
The Democratic Party thinking that the far left they're useful idiots or something, not helping them. It really isn't. Even if Biden wins tonight, it's still not a winning argument to go that far left. Thank you, Flair Fritz. Satsu's going to need to have his black card revoked if he can't barbecue. Uh-oh.
I didn't say I couldn't barbecue. Well, technically, I said those words. We're going to PolitiFact this one.
Oh,
I said those words, yes, but this requires context.
Oh.
What I meant was I'm not in the position to barbecue because I live in an apartment.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
For Tail's benefit, I have my Ushkabehe Dahar pepper all ready to go.
So
Gleva.
Oh, Feskema. Let's see what I got here. Oh, my phone's beeping at me. Oh, it's work stuff. Yeah, work never leaves me alone. My phone is my leash.
Hey, and don't get me wrong. Not everybody can smoke meat. That's a talent. It took me almost 3 years to get where I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Has anything changed since I left? Oh, a little bit. Let's see. What are we going in Florida? Florida right now, 51-47 Trump, 94% reporting. That hasn't changed much at all. Pennsylvania, yeah, 42% still reporting. And I'm surprised how slow Pennsylvania is going. I don't know if they changed how drastically they changed their rules for the coronavirus this year. I don't know if they have mail-in voting, but I guess we'll find out. Ohio, still looking pretty good for Trump. 85% reporting, 53-45. Let's see. In Ohio, it's at 18 electoral votes. So, yeah, Trump's going to need to start cleaning up with some of these bigger states to because Biden's getting close. He just needs a couple more states to go his way, and he might get that 270. Let's see what's going on in the wonderful world of TYT's taking a break, and NBC is got all their masked-faced reporters with no one near them talking to a camera that's probably 20 feet away. Thank you again, Frank Hubbard. They made a lot of rule changes, and yes, mail in. Okay, yeah, I don't know state to state what the policies are. I know that I don't think they changed much in Washington, Oregon, and California, and probably why they're able to report them so quick. Okay, yeah, here I want to take a look at Oregon real quick because Monkey was suspicious of how the breakdown might take place given all the violence down there. Oh, they don't even have. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's only one county reporting so far, and I don't. What? Oh yeah, Eugene. Where's Portland? Multnomah County. Okay, they haven't reported yet. Okay, yeah, I was curious to see what Multnomah County's breakdown was given all the violence there.
Oh my god, I never seen Chink this sweaty before. He looked like a Steven Carter skit right now.
Yeah, he is sweating. Thank you, Expo Hotel. Philadelphia has stopped counting mail-in votes for the night. Oh, so are we not going to get any more updates from Pennsylvania tonight? Or so from Philadelphia? Oh, okay. So Philadelphia's just stopped? Okay, well, then I guess 22% is where everything's going to stop, or are they counting? They're still going to count like people who walked up to the ballots or something. That's bizarre. I mean, they've already called it for him, and I'm still, I guess 22% is already counted. Okay, so 22. Yeah, still that number of votes. I guess a lot of people just really don't turn out to vote because I understand that some people are not old enough to vote, and maybe some people are, I don't know, just disinterested. But that's interesting. Anyway, gosh, have we heard anything from? Why? Okay, on TYT, why is this lady wearing a mask, sitting alone in front of a curtain and in front of a camera when she's like remoting in?
What is she doing?
I don't get it. Someone named Kara Eastman. I don't know who that is, but she's wearing this gold lame mask when she's obviously alone in a room in front of a webcam.
She got a virtue signal. Say, hey, I'm safe.
Oh man,
she don't want to catch a virus.
I guess not from the camera or whatever. Yeah. Oh boy, Jim Healis. Jim Healis knows how to send out a nice photograph. Let's see what Twitter is doing right now. Oh, Jim Acosta. What's Jim Acosta got to say? Hillary Clinton barely won New Hampshire 4 years ago. And what? What's that got to do with anything? Jim
my God. So somebody says there's a BLM crowd grown outside of the White House.
Oh, I can imagine.
So I guess they call an election.
Let's see. StarGazerNet says Utah has been called for Trump. That might be so elsewhere on here. Yeah, I can see why they do that. So that's 6 more electoral votes if it does flip on the New York Times thing. So he'd be at 118 to 209 if they flip that at some point.
So people on Twitter is saying that there are red states that are not calling. So right now it looks like Joe Biden is winning because they called all his states, even though some of these states got like 0%. And with all states like Texas, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio might have went red. Philadelphia might have it red. Montana, went red, but they haven't called these states out.
Yeah, well, see, Montana's only got 19% reporting in. So the other thing you got to keep in mind, and not just to you, but everybody, is that when it comes down to those states that are key to deciding the vote one way or another for the president, the reporting agencies and the media are going to be very, very, very hesitant to call out definitively about anything until it's just blindly obvious as to which way it goes, which is why the Virginia one is so surprising, but I guess they're still counting on Fairfax putting it over the top. So yeah, Florida, especially Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, even though these are right now trending towards Trump, they're going to wait a long time till a lot more of the vote is in before they'll even dare calling it one way or the other. Because they don't want to be caught being wrong. Being overzealous in some places, they're fine with that, but in the key states, they don't want to be caught being wrong.
Yeah, it's understandable. It's just people are like, hey, how come they're not calling these states for Trump? Now in Georgia, they say that in Fulton County, in the county I voted in, they had a water main break in one of the polling offices, so they won't call it. But like Georgia's so extremely far ahead with the votes they have. Like, I don't think that county, which is a fairly small county, it even matters. I think it's like 400,000 ahead right now.
Is there I don't know the geography. Is there a major city in Fulton County?
Yeah, Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, Atlanta. I don't think there's really any question that Atlanta is going to go Biden. It just depends on the number of votes that go in there. And I don't know. Is Georgia fated to go anywhere other than Trump? No.
Yeah. This is the thing about it what I hate about Atlanta. Georgia is extremely, extremely red. And in Atlanta, it's very blue, and it's all clumped together. So like you have Atlanta, you have Georgia. And then in the moment you step out of Atlanta, you're in Georgia. Is everybody got big pickup trucks and huge lawns and barbecuing and moonshining and banjoing. But Atlanta's like is pretty much a little mini California. It's absolutely terrible. We like Atlanta is they have called Atlanta the gay capital. And I've been to crap you not. I don't know if I can cuss on this.
Yeah, you're right.
I shit you not. I've been to a BLM pride parade, and that was terrible. I was terrified. It was it's because the funny thing, I went to this one dude who's doing AIDS testing, and I told him I'm not gay. Well, that's perfect. What do you mean that's perfect? I'll tell you I'm not gay. Well, can you take this this poll for us? But I just told you I'm not gay. I'm gonna skew your poll if I do this poll for you. That's perfect. And it's like, when the last time you had gay sex? I can't answer this. It's like just put 0 in the last 5 years. But I'm not gay. I can't take this poll. I'm gonna skew your test. And everything was just for gay guys. And by the time I got done with this poll, it was 3 of these older gay guys hovering over my head, watching me oh my God, it's the cleanest gay guy ever. And they followed me for about an hour and a half around that parade. Until I eventually left. I was terrified.
Thank you, Atheist Icon. Has this been asked? If Biden wins the electoral and Trump wins the popular vote, would the left still call for abolishing of the Electoral College? No. If it goes their way, they'll be fine with the Electoral College for the time being. You might hear some complaints about it from the same people who complain about it, but it's not going to be the same thing. I did on a similar note, though. I had a question for Tailed, and I know this might be a far out there one. Has there been any talk, Scotland, UK, or elsewise, about anything regarding Biden, plus, minus, we hope because XYZ reason that he'll win or something?
Well, I think the most interesting thing was that quite a few quote unquote conservative politicians over here said they would prefer Biden, which is just because they're actually neocons, neolibs, So I don't know why that was, because usually they don't really say who they'd prefer. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was quite surprising to hear that was who they came out in favor of, rather than just kind of do the usual, well, they're our closest ally, so we'll respect the result no matter who it is.
Michigan.
So yeah, I've been kind of avoiding the mainstream media.
I don't blame you.
Just in general, yeah. But I did catch a little bit of the BBC News last night.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, they were kind of they were reasonably fair about what was happening, and that could kind of go either way. So I was quite pleasantly surprised at that. But obviously they kept bringing up how racist Trump was and all that kind of stuff.
That's really what I'm curious about, not only here but around the world, etc. Is like, aside from the fact that Biden isn't Trump, is Biden seen as either way unto his own merits, good, bad, or otherwise, without bringing up Trump? And it just seems like that no one can give me an assessment of Biden on his own 2 feet without bringing up a comparison to Trump in some way. And I remember having the same argument with a friend of mine back in 2016 when they were going off about Trump and Hillary's this, Trump. And I was like, can you tell me what is exciting about Hillary without bringing up Trump? Like, if you believe just for a moment, just pretend for a moment that Trump does not exist, and you had to sell me, you had to pitch me Hillary Clinton on her own, and not compare or contrast with her opponent, whoever her opponent might be. Just give me the person by themselves. Why should I vote for this person? And they struggled so hard, and what they came up with was just basically like the empty sort of pablum you get about trying to pitch a political candidate. And that seems to be the same thing for Biden. Every time that I either ask the question or I see a debate about the two, and that tells me a lot. If I ask somebody like, oh, tell me why I should vote for Trump, they never bring up Biden. They never say, oh, he's better than Biden because of this, that, and the other. Now, whether you believe everything that they're saying about Trump, whether they're enhancing it or sugarcoating it or otherwise, it says something to me that they don't have to try to compare them to their opponent, which is always like a red flag for me.
So I just want to tell you guys right now, Antifa have start burning shit down.
Where?
They have start DC. They
DC.
They're going nuts right now. They are attacking people. They're attacking news people. They're attacking people with cameras.
Is this on the news somewhere?
Twitter.
Oh, Twitter? Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be so bad.
Okay, let's see. If anybody can find a like a news link that's got any kind of report on it.
Andy already got the clips going.
Okay, yeah, I can't really pipe in Twitter to the stream. I'd be fine putting up a article from a newspaper or something if there's somebody got an alert or a breaking news thing on it. Because I'd be curious to see, but yeah, I said this on Monkey Stream earlier today. Biden's entire campaign seems to be built on a dune of sand made up of "I'm not Trump," and if Biden wins, the "I'm not Trump" argument immediately disappears, and then what have you got left? What is he standing on? And I honestly don't know. Every issue, every position that he's been challenged on, he is flip-flopped between his crime bill, fracking, the oil industry, COVID. He's never been clear on exactly what he would have done differently, or somehow like, would he not have locked down the economy, on and on and on. So a Biden presidency is a mystery box as far as I'm concerned. I don't even know what we're going to get with him there, except for, I guess, a repeat of Obama era policies mixed in with the threat of an impending Harris presidency. So.
All right. Hey, Scribbles, I'm about to go work on my video.
All right.
Yeah, so.
Well, Satsu, thank you for joining us, as you always do. Hope you have a good night. Get some good sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night, ladies and gents. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. Bye.
Hey, man.
Yep. And either of you, obviously, if you guys got to go or it's a sleepy time or whatever else, just feel free. I might fly solo for a little bit if it ends up that way, just to see how things hash out.
I'm going to be up all night on this. I always stay up for the president, but Antifa, it's like all across America, Antifa is going nuts.
Well, it's nearly 4:30 in the morning for me. So
all right. Well, you go get some sleep there, Tail. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate seeing you.
Yeah, I'll probably just lie in bed and listen to a stream or something like that and fall asleep to the sweet sound of Trump winning the election.
And Chink's sweating off about 20 pounds.
Yeah, I might hop off to watch the TYT.
That's cool. That's cool. I will.
Chink is getting extremely red. I have never seen Chink this red before. He's
yeah. If you want to split to go watch that, that's fine. I'll keep this going for a while. If you want to jump back in later, I'm fine flying solo for a bit because probably nothing major is going to happen for the next little while as the votes are counted. So, whichever.
Only I can't wait is just. Oh my God!
Wait, Tail, get some good sleep tonight, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yep, speak soon, man. Thanks for inviting me.
Yep, take care.
All right, see you.
Yep, bye, Tail. Frank Hubbard, thanks so much. On Google, Iowa just changed to leaning red. Yeah, I wondered about Iowa. I'll take a look here in a second. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Tailed, would you be interested in the corner? Oh, sorry, Frosted. You're going to have to tweet him in that one. I apologize. I didn't see that in time. Tweet him on the Twitters. He pays attention to that stuff. This is Kyle. Thank you so much. Hey, Scribe, if you need a co-pilot, I can hop on. This is Kyle. I don't know. Yeah, give me a second here. What's Iowa doing? Let's see. 49-48 for Biden, currently at 63% counted. So relatively razor thin. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know the layout or geography of Iowa to say one way or the other.
I don't know. I'm getting like the other two posts I'm looking at is Trump's pretty much got Iowa in the bag.
Let's see. So on the battleground states list from New York Times, Michigan, Trump is up by 11 points. Pennsylvania, Trump is currently up by 13 points. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 4. Minnesota, Biden's up by 14. Georgia's Trump is up by 10. Arizona, Biden's up by 8. Ohio, Trump's up by 8. Florida, Trump's up by 3. And North Carolina, Trump is up by 1.4. New York Times is predicting a Trump win in North Carolina on their barometer. Florida win as well on their barometer. And Georgia, 84% prediction for Trump. So we'll see how things go there. Over on the YouTube, seeing TYT, and they're going a little nuts. And NBC is at a commercial right now. So yeah, we're just kind of like, just with everything else, guys, are kind of waiting for the next round of updates to come through. The polls close. Where was it again? Polls close in Nevada at around 10 p.m. Nevada's a battleground state, technically. Again, the possibility that maybe Las Vegas and what is that? Is that Clark County? I think it is. If Clark County, for some reason, decides that the lockdown is hurting them more than their otherwise usual Democratic values, that they might go towards Trump. I've heard that theory. I don't know if that holds any weight, but let's see. Failure B, Scribe Light, Nevada closed at 10 p.m. Eastern. Oh, at 10 p.m. Eastern? Oh, I apologize. That was, it said 10 p.m. on here. I figured that was Nevada time. But anyway. Let's see. Have you found a news site yet or anything that's got the Antifa stuff for the DC?
I'm looking.
Yeah, I can't display news broadcasts, but just like flat articles, I'm safe on YouTube. That's the one limitation I got to worry about.
Let's see. There, they just literally just see.
And you can like live feeds or like periscopes or something on that for the on Twitter.
No, just Andy No. Where do Andy No get his stuff at? He be like so quick.
Oh, he's either like, I guess, on the ground or he's got a network of people or something. I don't know exactly how he gets his stuff so fast. I assume, I maybe he's in DC, as he said. I don't know. That guy's all over the place.
See.
Now, is he? Now, I got to ask though, from your perspective, is Andy No a reliable source on this stuff? Because I've seen different things and different like edits of his videos, and I'm not quite sure about his credibility.
I mean, I don't care for the person himself, but he does show the clips of like the left going nuts, and it's kind of hard to just be like, yeah, they're going nuts. And then if you like posting like 5 minutes of just the left going nuts, like you can't really go against that because that's what they're doing.
Yeah, so Andy No says Antifa in Washington, D.C. are assaulting people with cameras. Walk away or it gets worse, they say. I'm going to try to find a local... okay, continuing coverage, election day. 3 arrested near White House. Okay, let's... I'll see if I can put this up real quick. Well, not going to show the video, but let's see if I can bring this up for a moment. I got to go here. And then, thank you, Snubberth. Kitty Shackelford and Mary Might. They sometimes get it before Andy. Okay. Let's see. How do I share this screen instead without... Here, let's do this. We're going to stop sharing this screen for a second, and then we will try sharing this screen for a second. Okay, 3 arrested near White House. DC election demonstrations largely peaceful, at least according to this outlet. Get rid of that. Hundreds of people are demonstrating near the White House Tuesday night as they wait to find out who will be the next president. 3 people have been arrested during 2 separate incidents. Downtown businesses have boarded up windows, and there is a non-scalable fence surrounding the White House in case of potential unrest. I saw a lot of people posting images of the White House and the wall and everything, like, this is our White House and this is Trump's White House. And I'm like, have you seen what's been going on in the country the last 6 months? Can you blame the White House for wanting to have extra security on this night of all nights? I was like, that is such a weak image argument that somehow, Trump is now some kind of fortified base or something. Have you seen what's been going on? Demonstrations in Washington, D.C. have been largely peaceful aside from 2 scuffles in which police say 3 people were arrested. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered at Black Lives Matter Plaza have protested, danced, and prayed as they await the results of the 2020 presidential election. Many in the crowds that began to gather Tuesday afternoon held signs protesting President Donald Trump or showing support for former Vice President Joe Biden. Dozens of posters and cardboard signs were plastered on the fence bordering Lafayette Square. While demonstrations have largely been peaceful, D.C. police said 3 people were arrested during 2 separate incidents. One person was arrested earlier in the night at 16th and K Streets Northwest for resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. 2 others were arrested at 16th and I Streets Northwest following an assault incident, and charges are pending, police said. Police could be seen detaining a man and putting him inside a police van. And then a tweet from Shomari Stone, don't know who that is. I'm at 16th and I Street Northwest. A scuffle, quote unquote, broke out between DC police, bicycle patrol officers, and a small group of protesters. It happened a block away from the White House. The police moved back and rode away from the area on their bikes. Another one says, moments ago, DC police officers deployed on bikes to BLM Plaza. At least 1 person currently in handcuffs. Surrounded by protesters and media, DC police are now loading canisters with crowd control munitions. Sounds a little bit more than a scuffle at this point. DC cops on bikes struggle with members of the crowd as they try to remove man placed under arrest. And we have things have quieted down a bit at Black Lives Matter Plaza as more people watch the returns. So I'm assuming things in DC at least will probably get worse before they get better.
Oh, they're gonna burn DC down. Now, Scribe, I got a question. Mm-hmm. Do you think after this election that the Democrats is going to continue to pander to the Latino community, seeing that they're every year it seems like they're going further and further right?
They're of course they're going to, because they want to try to convince them back. I mean, every demographic they're going to try to do something with, and I think that the notion that the Latino community is obviously going to be against a Republican or conservative leadership, because obviously all Latino people are for open borders or are don't care about illegal immigration and so on and so forth. I can't count how many times I've seen the phrase immigrant conflated between both legal and illegal immigrants, and this notion that if you're Hispanic in this country, you obviously don't care or have sympathy for people who try to get into this country illegally, and therefore you'll vote for the party that says they're trying to do something for people brought here illegally. Now, I personally don't have anything against the DREAM Act or the fundamentals of DACA, even though I do not agree with how DACA was implemented. I don't have a problem with kids who were brought over here not of their own volition or without their consent or legal knowledge, and giving them an opportunity to earn something that their parents are not deserving of since they broke the law. But aside from that, it's sort of like the black vote, the taking for granted the notion that this demographic is obviously for your side of things, because of something that doesn't have anything necessarily to do with the majority. I don't think they can rely on the Hispanic vote the longer that they just sort of take them for granted. Because that was the notion in 2016, didn't really work out for them, and it's definitely not working out now.
No, and it's like it's a not to say it's a huge jump, but it's a noticeable jump for Black men. So it's a jump to Black women. It's a Latino man is about 40% of a Latino man. It's about 30% of Latino woman. And other various minorities, 36%, or about 40%. So like you have all these minorities who have seen like a good economy, great business, to say, hey, we kind of want this. And I also think they made a mistake of running Biden. The fact that he put so many minorities in jail, and even with Kamala Harris, there's so many minorities in jail. It was a huge backlash, and I called it like, well, I don't know if it's black male, because I know a lot of black males who say, hey, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they literally wrote the bill. I mean, you know, like Joe Biden said, "Oh, I wrote the bill." I'm like, he wrote the bill. That's the only thing he did in the 47 years is no.
And then he's been backpedaling on that this entire election, like, I was mistaken, or that went too far, or something else. It's like, well, okay, but you're not known for a whole heck of a lot else except for being chosen as vice president. And the other thing that I think is, I hope it's more significant than a lot of people are giving it, but the whole interaction that Ice Cube had between the Democrats and the Republicans, where he's like, I'm looking for a result. I don't care who gets it to me so long as you give it to me. And if you have all these politicians pandering to one demographic or the other and saying, oh, I'll take care of you, or I'll take care of this and everything else, it's really going to come down to, I hope more people follow the, for lack of a better phrase, the Ice Cube model and say, put up or shut up. Show me what you're going to do, and I will bring you the vote. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat or otherwise. Show me the money, you know, and it really, or alternately, it's like, hey there, demographic X, I'm going to do this, 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 and this for you. And you say, okay, tell you what, if you actually put forward legislation in the next cycle that says what you say you're going to do, I will bring the entire vote for you next time. But you have to show it. You can't just tell us and then get our vote. You actually have to show a record of it. And whether you're Democrat or Republican, if we get the result we want, then we're on your side. That kind of pragmatism, I think, is really what people are going to have to start looking towards, because they can't rely on party loyalty anymore as somehow, because you're just going to be taken for granted. You're just going to be taken for granted. You're not going to be given what you actually want. You're only going to be like, well, obviously you're going to vote for us because we say what you want to hear. I don't think that argument's going to last much longer if things like what Ice Cube went through becomes more the norm.
No, and Trump, he instead of like trying to pander to celebrities, he's been going after like black business owners and I guess elites. And then with Ice Cube, the funny thing about Ice Cube, he say that he took his plan to the Democrats, and he took his plans to the Republicans. So when he went to the Democrats told him that, hey, after the election we can talk. Versus when the Republicans say, hey, let's talk right now.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Real quick. Yeah, Assassin the Gray says, Scribe Light, if your parents rob a bank, do you get to keep the money? Illegal aliens have zero claim to citizenship. It is clear in both the 14th Amendment and the discussions about it. Assassin of the Gray, if your parents rob a bank, do you go to jail? No. If a father takes his 7-year-old son to a bank and has him hold the bag open as the father fills up the bag full of money, does the kid go to jail for bank robbery? No. He's a minor. He doesn't have any. He can't legally sign a contract. He can't legally be held responsible, especially under the custody of his parent or something else. If a baby is brought over here, if a minor is brought over here by their parents, they're not going to be held to account. And in my book, they should not be held to account for a crime committed by their parents against their conscious and legal will. And so if they have to grow up here, not because they chose to come across the border, because they're in the custody of their parents and forced to come over here, and they have to live with the consequences of their parents' actions, as long as they fall within the requirements set up in DACA and or preferably a passed and approved DREAM Act, I don't have a problem with somebody through no fault of their own was brought here and works and displays themselves to be the kind of citizen I would want to have as a neighbor. I don't have a problem with that. Their parents, a completely separate issue. Completely separate issue. They knowingly broke the law, hid from authorities, on and on and on. And effectively also, put the fate of their children in danger, both legally, economically, and so on. If it weren't for the DACA, if it weren't for DACA and the potential DREAM Act having been passed or implemented, there'd be no future for those kids. And again, it would fall on the parents' shoulders that they put their kids through that in the first place. So I see the children brought over by people from other countries illegally as innocent victims, as I would any other situation where a parent commits a crime involving a child of theirs. You don't hold the child to account for that. So that's my position on it. And it's not just giving them money. If you look at the requirements for what qualifies someone to be registered under DACA or the potential DREAM Act, there's a lot of things they got to fall into, specifically and most importantly to me, that at least they have no criminal record elsewise. If they've been a good citizen and the only fault on their record is that their parents put them through that and made a decision for them that wasn't theirs, I don't have a problem if they go through all the same processes that a person trying to become a legal citizen would go through and qualify that way. So that's my long little tirade on that. But I'm not attacking you, Assassin. I'm just saying that's just to tell you where I'm at on the thing. Anyway, and it's has to say that DACA as an executive order is unconstitutional. Yeah, and I agree. DACA should not be in place the way it is. It's been upheld by the courts. I don't think DACA should be there the way it is. I think it should be rescinded, and I think the DREAM Act should go to the Congress, and the Congress should pass it and put it on the president's desk for signing. Trump tried to do that. He gave a timestamp on DACA. He said, I'm going to rescind DACA in 6 months. This will give Congress time to get something together. And Congress balked. And then the courts got involved, and they've upheld DACA regardless. I don't like executive orders. I don't like the way DACA was implemented. I don't have a problem, like I said, with the sentiments and the spirit of DACA. But so long as it's there, it's there. I prefer the DREAM Act if it's going to be passed at all. So there you go. Sorry, got off a little bit there.
It's all right. Still looking at the polls, and they refuse to call Georgia and Florida and Texas and North Carolina. Well, that's kind of close. So I leave it alone. It's 94% reporting in North Carolina.
Yeah, well, Florida's always going to be the most sort of hesitant state to officially call because of 2000. And then you add in all the, like I said, the linchpin type states like Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, these states that if any one of them goes to Biden versus Trump, Trump's window for winning winnows very, very much, very quickly. And they don't want to get it wrong and throw things out of whack. They don't really have to worry about influencing people who are going to vote anymore at this point since all the polls are closed. But yeah, no media company otherwise wants to be called out flatly for getting it wrong. So Florida, it's at least by the New York Times reporting right now, it's looking like it's going Trump. That's what it looks like right now unless something crazy happens. Pennsylvania, similarly, Trump's lead there with 50% of the votes counted keeps increasing, 56% to 42%. So maybe, but then not all the counties are counted yet, and only half have been reported. But if the trend continues, Trump's got Pennsylvania. And if Trump has Pennsylvania, a lot of things open up for him real quick. And Ohio, similarly, 88% of the vote counted, 53-45 Trump. And going further, let's go over to Michigan. Michigan, 54-43 Trump with 46% reporting. Again, if these trends continue, Trump's got a pretty good look. Oh, I hope I didn't just lose my ability to read this thing. Okay, good. Screwed that.
I don't know. It's the crazy thing. When I look in these blue states, they're not really blue. It's just like they have really blue cities with a bunch of people in it. The rest of the state is red. Like Illinois is a red state. It's just Chicago.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it really like let's take Illinois for example. So the bulk of the population in Illinois is in Cook County, Chicago, etc.
Yeah.
If you add up the populations or the voting populations, at least of all these other counties, they don't even come close to what Cook County possesses all by itself. So if Cook County decides on the nominee, it's very, very difficult, even if all the other counties go red, to then say that Trump is going to win. Now, I don't know the population distribution of Illinois, but more likely than not, given the population concentration in that one county, that's enough to swing everything else. There's not an electoral college per state where like each county then gets its some proportional number of votes or something. That'd be a bit too asinine. But yeah, I can understand Illinois being called blue, given that Cook County has pretty much, with so many votes, been called for Biden.
But it's the thing about it, a lot of people in Illinois want to get rid of Chicago, at least split from Chicago, because like the rest of Chicago is red, and we're tired of the politics of Chicago dictating the state of Illinois. Mm-hmm. Illinois is mostly a lot of corn. It's a lot of farmland.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird. Like the city dictates what's happening with the farmland, and a lot of businesses have left Illinois because of Chicago, of all the high taxes.
Yeah, well, it all comes down to number of votes and the population of the county and which way just because Cook County goes for Biden, that doesn't mean Illinois is going to go for Biden. But if the aggregate number of votes for Trump in all the counties, Cook County included, don't supersede that, then it really doesn't matter. That's just the population of Illinois goes to Biden. So, I mean, something kooky could happen, but it's going to be really hard. Like just looking at Cook County alone, a 1.2 million vote total right now for Biden versus a 444,000 total for Trump. If the entire state of Illinois was only represented by Cook County, Trump can't make that up all by itself. And the other counties where you got like 4,000 votes here or 1,000 votes there or something else, that's not gonna make up a 600,000 vote lead for Biden just in that one county alone. So
yeah, and the crazy thing in Chicago is like I'm from Chicago. I can say Chicago is a shit show. It's a shithole. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, and I from all the stories that I see about the crime rate there and the shootings and the death toll, like every other weekend or something, it just scares the hell out of me. And honestly, I don't understand why Chicago is. Well, I mean, I guess. If you believe the Democrats are the party of gun control, et cetera, and so forth, maybe you think that makes sense in Cook County. But at the same time, how's that working out for you? I don't know. And I don't know if much would change. But anyway.
I mean, it's just bad. And the problem we have is we need more police in like these areas to like, hey, get the guns off the street and make it feel safer and make business owners feel safe to have business back in those neighborhoods. Because right now, all the riotings, all those businesses that have been broken into and burnt out, they're not coming back. Those are jobs leaving the neighborhood. Yeah,
and I really wonder, like, as much as if you look at just an example like Seattle, where police are practically just like turned into supervillains. Cops are quitting in droves in a place like Seattle. And given the kind of attitude that Lori Lightfoot seems to have had, or lack thereof, regarding the crime in her city, if you turn the police or being a police officer into a personal sin, you're not going to have a whole lot of people wanting to become police officers, and B, the people who do probably aren't going to be the best people. Or necessarily the most accountable. And it boggles my mind, especially in places now where we're seeing crime go up through the roof because of the riots, because of gun violence and everything else, that you'd want to make police persona non grata. But I guess that's just where we're at right now.
Yeah, this really is sad. Because like they treat cops pretty bad right now. Even like I'm a construction worker. I had somebody pull up to me and say, and I work hard hat, safety vest. Hey man, you're a cop. I'm like, and if I was, which I'm not, like, what you gonna do to me? Throw your drink at me? It's like you need cops. You need them to get the bad guys. Yeah, and right now it's so anti-cop. It's like even when that recent dude that got shot, who lunged the cop with a knife, they still protest. Like,
yeah. I mean, if you watch the video, and this is the thing that amazed me, especially when we're talking about the story, it's like the mayor and the police chief were like, we have some serious questions about this. Like, what questions do you have? These cops were walking away from this guy, backing away, telling him to put down the knife. They were doing everything within reason to try to de-escalate, and the guy charged him. Like, what did you expect them to do at that point? And if you vilify cops, I mean, it just. I lost my train of thought. Pepper Jack. Oh, Dr. Pepper and whiskey. What are you going to do?
I think they're finally calling Ohio for Trump.
Are they? Let's see. Okay. Well, New York Times. Who's calling it? Was it? Who are you seeing calling it?
Let's see, where's that? See that?
I
got so many tabs on up right now.
Yeah, no, I got you. I got a lot of tabs open too. Let's see. This is Kyle. If you're still in the chat, I sent you the link if you want to come on, talk for a bit. Yeah, if Florida and Ohio, if Pennsylvania goes for Trump, here's the thing, guys. If in the near future, and I'm talking like the next hour or two or something, maybe a little less, if Pennsylvania is called for Trump, I'm going to call the stream, because at that point, like, I think Trump might have this. And I might watch as I doze off or something to the rest of the returns. But
I might leave in 20 minutes because
that's cool.
It's a couple states I'm looking at. The states I'm predicting that I don't think Joe Biden have enough states. And I don't think he can flip any of the Trump states that he won.
Yeah. Let's see. Angela Arriaga's in the chat. Hey, you're still on. Hello, Scribe. Hello, Angela. I mean, I say it almost like Angela Merkel or something like Angela. Let's see. So let's they're not moving Florida much. Yeah, right now it looks like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. So that's 29 votes, 16, 15. Ohio's got 18. Pennsylvania, 50% in. Oh boy. Because up until like the last week, I was pretty much like, okay, Biden's going to get Pennsylvania. That's going to cut off most of Trump's possibilities. And, Biden might win this by effectively a nose, all things considered. Of course, that was the same thought I had back in 2016 for Hillary. I mean, I kind of bought into the hype of the divine right of kings sort of thing. That it was her turn or something. That she was just a sort of mandate from heaven kind of thing to become president. But man, I don't know.
I don't even think Hillary had it in the bag until 2016.
I thought just because. So my thought back in 2016 was. And of course that's changed since Trump won, obviously. But at the time I thought professional, practiced, insider politician who's actually been a politician versus game show host. Yeah. Fluke game show host who just happened to be able to dirty dozens his competition on the debate stage to the point of novelty. Because that was my notion. I was like, actual politician versus novelty act. That was my notion back in 2016. And then, of course, Trump shocked the world. And here we are. Thank you again. This is Kyle. Sorry to ask for a link and bailing Scribe, but Jack Gunsky needed some help with the spare guests. Here's money as apology. No, Kyle, you don't have to apologize. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. You don't have to apologize for not showing up. It's fine.
Don't get me wrong. It was pretty funny when he won because it
was.
It like I wasn't expecting. I watched the whole thing because I watch every election. It was like he won and people just start crying and then people just went nuts. And then it was just so much great content. Because at the time I wasn't even like really into politics. I was watching like rec feminist videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh my God, this is gonna be great. Like,
is that guy still around? Is Rec still around?
No. So he sold his channel to some like skinny like blogger. And then because I got an update on my phone one day, like, who is this dude? And then like you can't buy a channel with a bunch of followers, a bunch of subscribers.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work if you're not doing the same content. Now, I remember, like I said, I was watching the last election. I was watching the Mr. Medicare live stream as the returns came in, and watching all the little maps and things, and watching Twitter and watching the chat. And I went in, like I said, thinking like, this is going to be Hillary, and there's going to be some drama, but it's going to come out Hillary. But then as the night went on, and the states started falling to Trump, and people started freaking out, I was like, this is fucking entertaining. I wasn't a happy voter, but just as an observer, as a sort of audience member to the whole shebang of it, I cannot deny the cynical resigning myself to the fate of whatever schadenfreude entertainment value of it. It doesn't make me happy necessarily as a voter or somebody who's relatively, I mean, if I'm political, I'm center left at best. But all the same, it was like, I can't deny how funny it is. And the last 4 years have been just a cynical shit show of watching the press. I brought up this comparison earlier today, and I know it's a very weak comparison, but there was a documentary many years ago talking about the O.J. Simpson case. And at the end of the documentary, a law student made an observation, and I'm not going to start adjudicating the O.J. Simpson case, but he made this observation. I think the LA Police Department is guilty of framing a guilty man. And I think about that notion every time that the media has to really dig between the lines to find a reason to criticize Trump for something out of context or something he didn't actually say or ignoring something he said otherwise to paint him as this, that, or the other. Like, there's so much this guy has done or said that you could legitimately criticize him on any day of the week. And yet you go to the mat coming up with lies or taking things out of context or making assumptions and projecting things onto this guy, powers he doesn't possess or weaknesses that he hasn't shown. And like, why are you continually trying to frame a guilty man? Because all it does is make him look like a victim and make you guys look like idiots. And in that in and of itself has been kind of an entertainment, watching the media fall all over themselves to find reasons to vilify Trump a new way this week versus the last way for the last 7 weeks. But
I mean,
man.
I think Ben Shapiro summed it up years ago, saying, if you want to defeat Trump, just put a camera on his face and just don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
No commentary. Like you just have to be less crazy than Trump. That's all you have to do. Is be less crazy than Trump. And
who they put up? They put up a senile old man who's obviously got some very bad cognitive issues creeping in day after day, and he's allied with a VP candidate who, first and foremost, was only selected because of her genitals, and then secondly, only because of her skin color, because she certainly wasn't any kind of compelling candidate. It's not like she came up second in the primaries or something and had a whole bunch of wind at her back or whatever. She dropped out before the votes even happened because she squandered $40 million in campaign money and didn't get anywhere. It's insane to me. And then this is the best our country has to offer, really. A feeble old man and a game show host. Like, I feel like I'm living in like a parody movie, a satire of American politics or something sometimes. But it is what it is, and here we are. But anyway, you said you had to split. I'm sorry, maybe I misheard you earlier.
So, in about 20 minutes, I want to see what happens.
Okay.
Well, about I guess 15 minutes. I want to see what happens.
I don't want to keep you here any longer if you got to go to bed or something. Because I understand.
I'm not going to go to bed. I'm gonna be up a while for this, watching this.
Sure.
Because I just want to see the freak out.
Idaho has been called for Trump by the New York Times. We got Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, been all been called for Trump. Trump's at 118 to Biden's 209 electoral votes on the New York Times map. Florida has now gone up to 96% counted. Trump still has the lead there as far as New York Times is concerned. Georgia, 77% reporting, 54-44. Trump, near North Carolina, 95% reporting, 50-48 Trump. Pennsylvania, 51% counted, still 56-42 Trump. If that trend continues, man, holy cow. 88% in Ohio reporting 53-45 Trump. Michigan, 48% reporting 54-43% Trump. Wisconsin, 61% reporting 51-46 Trump. If he sweeps Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, he's got it. Holy cats, guys. I am not making a prediction. I'm just saying that if trends continue, if these things do not waver that much between now and, I don't know, 2 hours from now or whatever. Now, the one thing that I don't know, and the one thing that I'm sure some outlet out there has, is the estimated number of, depending on the state and their rules, absentee or mail-in ballots yet to be counted. They may have been received by the deadline, will they all be counted in time? Now, you were talking earlier about how Fulton County, I think it was, in Georgia has stopped counting mail-ins, or someone in the chat said that maybe. I forget exactly what it was. But if that's the case, then maybe we won't have an answer in some states for later or some counties for later. But yeah, if patterns hold true, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, if all this goes for Trump,
that's what I called. I called it an hour ago.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like my thought the last several weeks was it's going to be Biden, it's going to be close. The last several days, especially after the Hunter Biden laptop and everything came out, I was like, I don't know. And then honestly, as more people mentioned it, at the last debate where Biden comes out against oil, so flatly out against oil and fossil fuels, I was like, oh my God, there are entire economies that you just told you're going to gut on national television. And I was like, this might not be the best time to tell a struggling economy and people worried about their jobs, if they have jobs at all, that you're aiming to further undermine their careers and their economy. And then somebody said, a lot of Pennsylvania's economy is based around oil and gas. I was like, oh, shit. And so it's really been the last 5 or 6 days where my mind was just, this could go either way. There was still a part of me was like, I still think that Biden could pull this out. It's probably going to go Biden if he gets a couple of key counties and a couple of key states. But looking at the map right now, I don't know.
So no, it's because people I called it on Facebook well, you're just being a Republican. And I'm like, no, I'm looking at the states. I'm looking. There's certain states I know he's not going to get. The states that he got right now, it's just not enough. If he wins all these other states, if he get Nevada, who cares?
At this point, yeah, Nevada. If he gets the states if Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio go his way, Nevada's not going to matter. It really isn't.
Yeah, even right now, it's early. It's going for Trump. In Virginia, still got it's for Joe Biden. Let me check. Oh, I guess it's still Trump and Google, and checking CNN. They have put Biden back on for Virginia.
Yeah, I still think if Fairfax County goes the way it's probably going to go, the population there will probably be difficult for Trump to overcome. So Virginia's likely Biden. I mean, more likely than not.
All right, it's 12 o'clock. Let's see. It seems like all the swing states are going for Trump. Mm-hmm. New Hampshire.
All right, let's see. What else?
They call that for Biden.
See, what's exciting is TYT freaking out yet? No, they're on a promo right now, so I'm not talking about that. Let's see. Chuck Todd's looking at Michigan right now. They say it's too early to call, but the overall right now is 54-43 for Trump. That's what they say, 49% reporting. What does the New York Times say about Michigan right now? Yep, 49%. Yep. Interesting stuff. I've got a couple of news feeds going, but I have them muted. So really my entertainment tomorrow is going to be the montages of what the fallout of all this is.
So right now, say in everything in Georgia, say close to 300,000 mail-in ballots in Atlanta area will not be counted until tomorrow.
Okay, so
they won't call Georgia.
All right, so Georgia, yeah, they won't call Georgia because 300,000. And right now in Georgia, 300,000 votes. If all those 300,000 votes went for Biden, that would winnow things up pretty quick in that vote. So
if all 300,000 go for Biden,
if all, which is probably not likely, but then we don't know the percentages.
So it is, which I still don't understand why they haven't called Florida yet. But like I said, as if all, because it's kind of remember like Stacey Abrams well, we gotta count all the votes, and then they got the votes and it didn't help her out.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of surprised they haven't called Florida yet either. If I remember, they'd already called Florida by this time of night back in 2016. So I'm not quite sure what they're waiting for or what they think is going to happen elsewise. But maybe something's changed because of coronavirus. I don't know. So I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I feel like it's giving them like the left false hope that he's going to win it.
I mean, that's sort of like the conspiratorial mind of mine says any state that looks like it's completely going for Trump hasn't been called yet is because they're kind of like, we don't want to give Trump the win and we're going to fight this till the bitter end of saying what or the other. But I mean, inevitably, their own numbers are going to tell you it's like you've called states for less differential at this point. Why aren't you calling Florida? Why aren't you calling North Carolina? And so on, especially Florida with 96% reporting. With Ohio, similar thing. Like, really, I mean,
like the moment California opened up, they immediately went to Joe Biden. It was like 0% reporting.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they don't need to question that really. I mean, if they end up having to flip either California, Oregon, or Washington to Trump, that's like hell has frozen over and Satan is skating to work. I doubt that's an issue. But like in Alabama, 77% of the votes counted, and yet they called it for Trump. Florida, 96% vote counted, and they haven't called it for Trump. Ohio, 89% counted, they still haven't called it for Trump. I don't know what. And North Carolina, similar thing. I'm not quite sure what their metric is for when it's okay or safe to call it, but I guess they're just waiting. Let's see. 270 to win is called. It says USP called what? Let's see. Virginia at 67% and Trump still leads. Again, and I still take Monkey at his word because he knows Virginia better than I do. It really comes to Fairfax County. Once these upper counties are fully counted, all the votes are counted. That's really whether or not all these other counties can make up the difference. And since they're still counting votes there, I don't think the New York Times should have called Virginia blue that soon. They might still end up being right, obviously, but it's not guaranteed. Hello, 1 ton hammer. If you're there. Can't hear you if you're there. Unless my audio's gone out or something.
Which I don't understand why they haven't called Texas yet.
Let's see. Let's take a look at what's going on in Texas. Let's see. 88% reporting, 46 Trump. Yeah, it is odd that, like I say, Alabama they've called. Mississippi's got 51% reporting, but they've already called it. I don't know if they're just looking at historical patterns and saying or whatever else, but yeah, there should be a lot more red on that map. But again, whether it's red now or it's red an hour from now, the numbers are looking really good for Trump. Florida seems like he's got it locked up. Georgia, we might not have an official note on that until tomorrow or the next day because they stopped counting. North Carolina seems pretty good. It is very close, though. I mean, North Carolina is very close. And again, I don't know what the differential is for automatic recount or something in some states. Like, what is the threshold? I think it's like some places it's 1%, some places it's 0.5%. So they might be waiting for that. Pennsylvania, like I say, 54% reporting, 56-42. It's looking good for Trump.
What about Ohio? Ohio is good too.
Hey, Undoomed, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh my God, your voice is so deep.
Oh, you don't know Undoomed?
Yeah, he scared me a little bit.
Sorry about that.
He's Slender Man. He does that. Undoomed. This is Yosef. Yosef of the Proud Boys. Yosef. This is Undoomed.
Hey, how you doing?
Evening, gentlemen.
So we're watching. Oh, hey there, 1 ton hammer. So now got a full complement of guys on here. Thank you guys for joining us for a bit. Like I was saying before, I was pretty sure we were going to see a Biden win, maybe a close one, but like I'm looking at right now, Florida. It looks like it's going for Trump. Georgia's trending that way. North Carolina, certainly. Pennsylvania, I was sure Pennsylvania was going Biden.
Not a chance.
No.
You don't think so?
I thought of protest, no.
Being a Pennsylvania resident myself, I knew a long time ago that Pennsylvania was definitely going to be red.
I'm actually kind of surprised because all the rhetoric I was hearing was like Pennsylvania is like so Biden, et cetera, and I was like, I don't know. Ohio, but man, yeah, it looks like Trump might just sweep. I mean, Wisconsin and Michigan right now are trending Trump, which is boggles my mind, honestly. I thought those would have switched over since 2016. Thank you, Piccolo, the blackest white supremacist in history. Yeah, Yosef is the blackest white supremacist in history.
The darkest one.
Yeah, he's like that Dave Chappelle skit with the blind Klans dragon or whatever.
As soon as Biden said no fracking, he lost PA. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
So Hawaii's going for Biden.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. I'm not surprised. Undoomed, what do you think so far about what's going on?
Well, I think it's funny that they've rolled out that 90% chance of Biden winning thing again, just like last time.
Oh, man. I'm looking forward.
I just looked through it. I Googled it, and there were probably 20 different articles about how Biden has a 90% chance.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do you do this to yourselves?
Yeah, I was talking about earlier. It's like, have no lessons been learned from 2016? I mean, about making these grand declarations of certitude over what's going to happen. I mean, okay, you can say, look, the polls say this, but then you say, Biden's up 10 points in all these places. It's going to be fine. He's going to get this. Donald Trump has such a tough row to hoe on this thing. And, admittedly, in a lot of these places, the division is not that great. Like Florida, 51-47. Okay, a couple percentage points, 3 points, not that much in the grand scheme of things. Georgia, similar thing. North Carolina, 3-point spread on there. Pennsylvania, I'm honestly surprised that Trump is up as much as he is in Pennsylvania. Ohio. Yeah. So we are very divided as a country. So I can't necessarily blame them for saying it's up in the air, but they made such
right, but that's fine. Of course, it's up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen right now. Yeah, could go either way. But saying 90% or even more, like 91% or whatever it was, it's like, come on! All you're doing is telling your voters to stay home and it's just a done deal.
Tell them it's a coin toss because it is a coin toss. State to state, the election is a coin toss.
Yeah, right. So I don't get it. Why do they do it?
Now we know that the black male votes and also the Hispanic vote is going further right. So I don't think the 300,000 votes that they need is going to go all for Biden because Atlanta is half. Yeah, Atlanta is half African American. It's one of the highest, and even with that, is a high portion of the African American community in Georgia or in Atlanta are entrepreneurs and business owners. Like I know plenty of black business owners who are going for Trump. And they're very open about it. Like, hey, we make a lot of money in Atlanta. Which I make a lot of money in Atlanta. I can't afford Joe Biden, and I couldn't afford Barack Obama. So I don't like the fact that they holding Georgia because they got 300,000. Like I don't think that all 300,000, what you need, every single one of those votes will go to Joe Biden. And even if it does go for Joe Biden, it'd be close enough for a recount.
Yeah. Now, the thing that I've been saying for a couple of weeks now is you've got Trump who, whether you think it's reckless or not, he's been saying, open up the economy, open up the economy. Biden's constantly said and indicated that more shutdowns, more restrictions, et cetera. In the absence of a stimulus package, Trump's saying either you open up the economy or you provide a decent stimulus to people. If you don't do one or the other, you're not helping anybody. And right now, the fact that the stimulus package is completely gridlocked, which pisses the hell out of me. And then you got San Francisco and all the other places saying, we're going to have a new lockdown. We're going to have to restrict everybody again and everything. You can't keep doing this to people. You can't keep starving people of their ability to earn a living or to feed their families or anything else. Either you provide them a stimulus to try to tide them over in some way in the meantime, or you open up the economy and you let people roll the dice with their own chances and their own health like Americans.
Right, because this is literally going into starvation territory. Like people have to fucking eat.
Yes.
We're not talking about some fucking obscure policy here. We're talking about the ability to pay your rent and have food on your table.
Yeah, and one $1,200 stimulus check 4 months ago or 5 months ago. Come on, guys. And then watching these politicians constantly, Nancy Pelosi and even the Republicans, I'm not letting the Republicans off the hook on there, where it's look, just pass a stimulus package that puts checks in people's hands. I don't care about the Kennedy Center getting their next funding round. I don't care about pork bellies or any of this other bullshit. Just put a slimmed down, targeted bill through that says we will put X number of dollars into people's hands month by month until the pandemic is over. Otherwise, all you're doing is starving people out. Or alternately, go to the governors and say, we need to have some limited reopening of the economy, because it's either one or the other. Either you reopen the economy or you give people money to tide them over. If you don't do either, all you're doing is hurting people for no good reason. And they've already closed up the sessions of the Senate for the term or whatever. Nothing's going to happen. So if Trump is saying, open up the economy, and Joe Biden saying, we can't do what Trump is doing, also Joe Biden saying we're going to end fracking and fossil fuels, when you're already talking to a damaged economy about, it's like, blah, my head explodes.
Hasn't Trump already done that, though? Hasn't Trump said, I will give money to people? And Pelosi said, no, we want $2.5 trillion.
Yeah, Wolf Blitzer was hammering Nancy Pelosi on CNN, like, hey, you won. Like, you got everything you wanted, and you still shut down the bill.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was, I was saying this earlier, it's like, or on Monkey stream earlier today, I was like, that one shining moment where Wolf Blitzer actually held Nancy Pelosi's feet to the fire was amazing. The problem is that was so amazing. That should be the standard every day. They should take these guys aside and say, why aren't you putting money into the American people's hands? Or why aren't you encouraging the governors of these states or these constituencies to reopen the economy so people don't have to starve to death?
And she called him a Republican apologist.
Yeah, Wolf Blitzer, a Republican apologist. Boy, oh boy, Nancy, you sure hit it on the head there.
Yeah. I mean, they're supposed to be the fourth estate, so whenever they do their job, that's good, but it's rare now.
They're not the fourth estate anymore. I mean, depending on which outlet you're talking about, they're either the
no, I know they're like the Pravda of the party.
They're the bullhorn for the DNC, or they're just kind of out in the weeds somewhere. I mean, it is a weird day, honestly. In my personal, it's a weird day where I look at a story and an analysis from Fox News and I start nodding my head. It is such a weird landscape I fall in. Like radio show hosts. I gotta say, locally, radio show hosts that in my younger years I would look at as just, dude, you are such a stick in the mud, conservative, right wing nut job. What the hell are you talking about? Those same guys I listen to now, I'm like, you're the only ones talking sense, and I don't feel like I've changed at all. It just feels like everything's been pulled so far to the left or to the extremes that I'm still sitting in an island in the middle somewhere, and now people that I used to think of as extreme now sound reasonable. And I'm like, I keep second guessing myself.
Remember when Stephen Colbert was cool? Ah, man, good old days.
Man. Did you see that clip of him? You can't really find it that easily now, when he actually had Donald Trump on and he was thanking him for running for president and everything.
Yeah.
It's like Star Trek Mirror Universe footage or something from an alternate dimension or something. Like, wow, Stephen Colbert, like, I thank you for so much for running for president. He's like, yeah, we're doing really good and everything else. Yeah. Oh man,
just missing the goatee.
Just need the evil goatee and mustache.
You might have watched Suicide Watch on TYT.
Oh, Suicide TYT must be just. I am dying to see the Dame Pesos montage tomorrow.
It's so many tacos.
Pical the Drive Name, and thanks so much. You have to be really careful. About $2,000 a month turned into $40,000 in extra tax debt per family so far up here, and we are looking at even more money by mid-2021. Look, I'm not saying that a perpetual universal basic income, Andrew Yang kind of thing is the answer, but you got to pick one. If you're not either going to put money into the pockets of people, you have to allow them to earn a living.
Right. Those are the options.
Yeah, you can't keep maintaining this starvation game where it's like the pandemic is the greatest fear ever and we have to lock everything down. It's like, if you're going to do that, if you're going to force people state by state to have to give up their jobs, their livelihood, their security for the general public health, you have to give them something in return. You have to, and they're not. And now I look, I'm not going to complain. I am very ridiculously fortunate that I ended up in a job that can be done remotely, that's electronically based. I'm lucky. Most people I know are not. And it kills me every time I watch people who, for no other reason than they're being told, you cannot work. You are not allowed to do your job, or you're not allowed to do your job to the extent you were previously. And by the way, we're not going to help you in the interim while we're forcing you to do this through no fault of your own. It's maddening. And so if Donald Trump, simply by saying, reopen the economy, stop all of this, if that's enough to swing people his way, I don't blame anybody for doing so, even if it goes against their principles elsewise. And Biden saying anything to the contrary, like I said, fracking and natural resource or fossil fuels and everything, shoot himself in the foot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm fueled by Pepper Jack right now, and I'm a little pissed off.
No, everything we're thinking. So.
On a lighter note, Undoomed, what have you been up to lately on the intertubes? You got any projects coming up? Anything?
Well, I've been working my day job mostly.
That's right.
So I have a project that I'm working on from time to time that is going to be a longer video, but yeah, that'll come when it comes.
It might be the alcohol talking. It's probably alcohol talking. But if I might indulge my fanboyness just briefly, I was a viewer of yours long before I ever decided to do YouTube, and it is so. It feels like an alternate universe to me that you're on my channel, because it was just not that long ago where I was watching your stuff and Sargon and Hagbard Celine and Skeptor and all these guys, and I was such a fan. And I'm very appreciative of you and your work, your past work, and anything you do in the future, because it was really an inspiration to me, and I really do appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and
make me blush.
Well, all right. Does that happen? Does your whole head without a face, does it just turn red? Is it like Rudolph's nose is your entire skull at that point? But anyway, okay. Fanboying done.
So right now, people are saying that the worst case scenario, Trump's win at 274. Best case is 305. So either case, you're gonna win. Like, there's no way he can win at this point.
Yeah, if patterns maintain in Wisconsin, it's like right now 51-46. Michigan 54-44. It's not a bad margin. Pennsylvania, though, is really the key one. 56-42, 58% reporting.
It's going away.
If these patterns hold, man.
That's if Utah and Pennsylvania goes blue. Well, I don't think Pennsylvania's going to go blue.
Utah's already been called for Trump, and Utah's only got 6 points. But yeah, if Florida, I'm still amazed. Florida hasn't been called. 96% reporting, 51-47. A much smaller percentage has been called in Alabama and Mississippi. Maybe it's just because of past trends or something. But I mean, he won Florida in 2016, so I don't know what they're waiting for.
How's the Senate race? Are we going to hold a
Senate race? I'm sure there's a screen for that. I don't have that up. I don't know. Where that's
we might hold a Senate.
Thank you, Bacalo, for the dog cat fox with all the lovely hearts.
Well, according to Real Clear Politics, it's 45 for Republicans, 42 for Democrats right now in the Senate.
Wow. Okay, if they hold the Senate and Trump, then we're going to have. Now, I'm doubting the House is swinging Republican. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I guess it's right now. It's 149 for Republicans, 130 for Democrats. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how that hashes up in the night.
New York Times has it closer: 45 Republicans, 44 Democrats for the Senate.
Yeah,
because if the House, the Senate, the President, and a supermajority in the court. Oh God,
man. Yeah, and so at this point, I'm just sort of looking forward to. I mean, if things continue as patterns show right now, tomorrow is going to be just head explodey all over. Imagine that scene from Scanners. For those of you who are old enough to remember that movie. Just imagine that happening inside the head of every super left-wing nut job who is like making all these predictions. And like I say, I'm not jazzed about either outcome. But at this point, not having voted in the presidential, all I can look at is the sitting in my lawn chair, watching the world burn sort of cynicism of which is more entertaining for me in the moment. That's where I'm at. I feel really bad about it, but I don't want to feel that way. You know, I mean, regardless of who wins, I am still going to take the John Wayne philosophy of I didn't vote for him, but he's my president, and I hope he does a good job. If Joe Biden ends up winning, I hope Joe Biden does a good job.
Right.
I'm not so confident in President Harris, but all the same, if she ends up as president, I hope she does a good job. I'll be mightily and rightfully disappointed if they don't. Same thing with Trump. If he becomes president again and he completely screws the pooch on his second term, then I'll be mad. And
I'm a cynic too. You know, I don't love politicians.
No, and
no one should.
No one should. You should always doubt your politicians, hold their feet to the fire. You know, and I am so not a fan of the tribalism. I lost my best friend, and I've told the story before. 2016, I made a Facebook post, or I responded to somebody on Facebook who was my best friend at the time. Like 10 years, we'd been best friends. And I said on Facebook, I said, well, this time around, I'm not voting in the presidential. I'm just abstaining from voting. I don't really believe in either candidate.
Right.
She took my not voting for Hillary as de facto supporting Trump. And since I was supporting Trump, I was therefore not concerned with her personal welfare, not concerned with the safety of her friends, on and on. And she, lickety-split, ended a 10-year friendship on the basis that I was suddenly a villain, setting aside everything that she and I had been together as friends for a decade. Everything, like 3 a.m. phone calls where she was having a breakdown and me taking the time to talk to her, everything. And it was one of the most heartbreaking things, but I couldn't argue her out of it because I said, no. Not voting for Hillary, I'm also not voting for, I'm supporting Hillary as much as I'm supporting Trump in this. What are you talking about? But I couldn't get through to her. And it was gone. Like 10 years gone in one night. And I was just like, and that was yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead and finish.
Oh, I was going to say, that was my first experience with, but before it even had a name, Trump derangement syndrome. But the thing is, I don't have any animus towards her. I'm not angry towards her. I'm sad and I'm disappointed. Yeah. And I don't look at her as somehow morally deficient or something because she was pro-Hillary and against Trump. I don't think that way. But that's been the prevailing mindset for so long. And it sickens me because I know directly what that feels like. And I know it's going to continue.
Right.
Yeah.
I got fired from my job for saying Trump. I thought Trump was funny.
Really?
Yeah. It was like it was a whole article that got read about me. Because like a bunch of like Trump supporters got fired from the job. And I didn't say like I was like for Trump. I say I thought it was funny. And then she just like my coworker just went off. Like she really freaked out. Like, well he is funny though. Like I'm not saying I support the guy. I think, if anything, I thought it was hilarious that he was trashing other Republicans on stage doing a Republican debates.
How is that even legal?
Well, I mean,
shrug. Hypnagogamon says, did Scribe vote for Biden? No, so God's honest truth on the ballot. I voted in all the local stuff, judges, initiatives, things like that. But as far as the presidential is concerned, I filled in the bubble with the blank space next to it, and I wrote none, N-O-N-E. That's it. Just so that nobody was going to fill it in for me or something else, make it clear. I wasn't interested in any of the parties or anything else. Local stuff, levies and all that kind of stuff I voted for, but the presidential, I bowed out of. Keeverdam sends a heart. Thank you, Keeverdam. Appreciate it.
Right. That's what I think. I think the reason why they ran Biden is because if it wasn't for COVID-19, he's a throwaway candidate, and they're trying to save like a good candidate for 2024.
Well, 2024, I'd be amazed if Nikki Haley isn't at least one of a preeminent Republican's choice. As far as like Democrat, I couldn't even predict the Democrat. If Trump wins tonight, I couldn't tell you who the Democrat's going to be 2024 from now.
No.
I was going to ask Undoomed a question and it suddenly escaped me. But with that, I'm going to take a quick break to run to the bathroom. So, real quick. Thank you, Frank Hubbard. I lost a 15-year friendship over TDS, and prior today, I hadn't voted for him. I just pointed out what the, quote, Muslim ban actually was. The friendship service survived us dating, but not Trump. Every time I hear the Muslim ban, I'm like, well, then tell me why Saudi Arabia wasn't banned.
Right.
Tell me why Saudi Arabia. Tell me why Iraq came off the list at some point. Anyway. Okay, so I'm going to run the bathroom real quick. If one of you wants to fight for taking over the stream, go ahead. I'll be back in a minute.
Diva's voice, get it.
Yeah. I had to kind of fanboy a little bit myself because the first 3 people that I followed when I started getting into YouTube was you, Undoomed, Bearing, and Peach Bailey.
All right, that's cool.
And then Claudia Brown, which used to be called Ranting Feminist.
Uh-huh.
That was the 4th person. So I got 3 winners and a loser. Actually, I shouldn't say that because we're actually friends. I know that's weird. I'm right.
No, but the tribalism should end, and it's good to have friends on both sides.
Mm-hmm. So she's done something that I've never seen before. Is that even though she's on that side of the fence, she doesn't take any shit from anybody on that side of the fence. She used to be, big friends with Shives and that crew. And something happened, and she just said, "Fuck you guys," and walked away from them. It was like, what? Is the hive mind breaketh? I don't understand. So that immediately garnered respect for her from my position because she did something that I never see Democrats or people from that side of the aisle do, feminists, that kind of deal.
Right.
So I was happy with that.
That's cool. So that must have been a while back.
Oh, that was ages ago.
Yeah,
that was ages ago. I'm adding up the numbers on the chart here, and just adding up numbers now as for what's on the screen. And I know that a lot of stuff is going away, but I can see Biden being about 240, and that's it.
Yeah, it's either 3. Well, like I said earlier, 274 worse, but you already call Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm amazed they haven't like North Carolina, Florida, other states have had lesser reported votes in, and they've called them for Trump. They should call North Carolina. They should call Florida.
Which site is this anyhow?
This is the New York Times.
Scribe,
yeah.
So I have a theory. Right now, they're currently boarding up their houses before they call it.
Oh, do you think it's a public health consideration that they are trying to stave off making any? Well, I mean, on the one hand, it's like you don't want to call it and be wrong. I get that, especially after 2000, especially after 2016, even though they were already doing that, like Undoomed said, 90%, etc. You think there is a safety, like public safety consideration for like possible, well, not even possible, but likely outbreaks of violence if they call for Trump too quickly?
Absolutely, they're already burning down DC right now. DC's on fire.
Yeah, let's see. So what we got right now. So as of 9:30 on the West Coast, we've got Wisconsin at 51-46 Trump with 70% reporting. Michigan 54-44 Trump with 53% reporting. Again, if these trends continue, guys. Pennsylvania, this is the marquee state that Trump needs to win for most of his predicted paths to succeed. 61% reporting, 56-41, which honestly I'm still amazed by. I was sure, and One Ton Hammer, you have a more on the ground perspective, but given the rhetoric I was hearing on the press and everything, I was sure Pennsylvania was going to go completely Biden.
Well, I've had to go back and forth to the doctor several times. The doctor's about 35 miles away, and I get public transport to take me because of my left foot. So I just sit there looking at the public transport bus when they pick me up at my house, and I just watch out the windows as I go along for lawn signs. And I'm seeing 35, 40 lawn signs and one Biden. I was like, because that's going to tell you right there.
Yeah, I always wonder because I see those, they keep playing it up like you see these Biden rallies with like 7 cars show up and he's screaming at them. And then you see these Trump rallies where like thousands of people just show up. And I'm like, is that really a metric you can rely on for the popularity of a person in a particular jurisdiction? And I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe that is enough.
Right now, I'm looking at TYT, and the only way I can describe this is they look like they're sitting in a hot fart right now. It looks so uncomfortable.
His sweat's running down his face.
Yeah,
man. Either way this goes, like I said with TYT, I'm waiting for the montages tomorrow because even if Biden somehow pulls this off, and it's odd to me that I'm saying somehow pulls this off for Biden, given where I was at thinking about this just a week ago. The people just sitting on the edge of their seats and shitting themselves over just how razor thin things are in so many states right now. All I can say is that I'm trying to find entertainment where I can find it, and this is what it's going to be.
There's 3 states that are called for Biden right now that are not part of his total. He's at 213. He gets Arizona. Well, okay. He gets Minnesota, and he gets Maine. That's it.
Texas is certainly trending Trump at best. Arizona,
I don't know why they haven't called that. I mean, both Texas and Florida has been called on Real Clear Politics.
Yeah. Well, again, each outlet is different. New York, just for those of you watching in the chat, New York Times is not the paper of record on this. It's just the most active and easily accessed map I could find. And I figured, as far as the New York Times is concerned, if the New York Times calls something for Trump, they must be sure it's going for Trump, because the New York Times sure as hell is going to give Trump an edge on their newspaper if he doesn't actually deserve it. So that was part of my thinking on this too.
It's a good point.
Yeah. So, but if other outlets are calling them, I mean, honestly, I don't see why they haven't called Florida on the New York Times, Texas as well, North Carolina certainly.
2016, CNN called Florida at 98%.
Right. Yeah. And that was what I was saying earlier. Is like at this time in the election last time, they already called Florida. So I don't know why that's not happening. Pennsylvania, I can understand being cagey. I really can, because it is really Trump's keystone state. If you call Pennsylvania for Trump, no, I mean, pun intended, but not intended. You know what I mean? It's true. I did say it because it's true, but it's true on double entendre. I'm sometimes good at that. I can see them hesitating on Pennsylvania without a more robust return yet.
But on real clear, they called Alaska for Trump.
Yeah, Alaska was always going to go for it. Same with California, Oregon, and Washington. As soon as 8 o'clock hit on the on the West Coast, they called those immediately, even before any returns came in, because why bother? Have they? I'm curious about Oregon. Okay, so really, Multnomah County, where Portland is, where all the riots and all the insanity and Ted Wheeler and all that stuff, it still went for Biden. That is, I'm honestly kind of surprised. So Portland,
Oregon,
Oregon, Multnomah County, Portland, Oregon. The split. I mean, it's not.
But it's Portland. It's
I know, but still, you would think. I mean, it's just amazing to me that people are just so seemingly masochistic. It's like we've got a Democratic mayor who has just let this city go to absolute chaos.
Yeah, but that's why they're voting for Joe, because they let that thing go on. Why would they let that thing go on if they weren't all in?
I know.
CNN called Ohio, by the way.
They called it for Trump?
Yeah, in New York Times.
Oh, yeah, and New York Times has as well now. Yeah, so I think maybe the New York Times is taking their cues from CNN, or vice versa, depending. So 145. Trump so far.
Florida! They just called Florida for Trump.
Okay, well, the New York Times should follow suit here pretty quick. That's another 29 electoral votes, so that puts Trump at, because I can't do math because I'm an English major, so I don't know, something.
That's just the first nail. If he gets Pennsylvania. Man.
Pennsylvania
and Texas. Holy crap.
Well, Wisconsin and Michigan. If Michigan and Wisconsin go for him, I think he can do without Pennsylvania, which would be amazing.
Wisconsin is 10. Texas is 38.
12.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I think on Pennsylvania.
I mean,
32. North Carolina, it's 15.
This is 2016 all over again.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, I didn't think it would, honestly, guys, and I know I'm not, some kind of Karnak or something by saying this. I honestly thought it was, like I said, it was going to be close, but it'd be Biden, and the popular vote would be practically down the middle. That was my sort of general notion of things. The electoral votes would be heavily weighted towards Biden, but the popular vote would be something like 53-48, something like that, right?
A lot of people thought Biden was going to win, so you're not alone. Monkey did, and Sugar did, and
Monkey did. Yeah, the media did. Again, guys, it's not impossible that as more votes roll in, something could change. But
Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska. The patterns ring true, though.
First 3. So if he wins everything, he wins Alaska. We already called on Alaska, Nevada, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Philadelphia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He went with 302.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, let's pontificate for a second, because that's what we're here for. We're all pundits of a kind. Mm-hmm. All right, so Trump wins. what does a second Trump term look like? I don't even have to speculate on what the media will do. But as far as governing, what do you think Trump does when he gets the political capital of a second win? He doesn't have to worry about re-election. What do you think he does regarding coronavirus? Undoomed, what do you think he does regarding the coronavirus situation?
I think he's just going to try to reopen the economy. I don't think he's going to do anything more complicated. He's got his sights set on that, I think.
Now, he can't really do a whole heck of a lot unless he's got the Senate and the House on his side. And I'm not even going to try to project on how those are going to hash out over the course of the night. But do we just end? Let's say, for the sake of argument, they keep the Senate, Democrats keep the House. We have effectively gridlock on the purse strings. Do we just have 4 years of effective gridlock?
Yeah.
I
think they're going to try to stop everything he does.
Can either side survive not passing some kind of stimulus bill after this? I mean, how much? I mean, and I keep coming back to this, but how much longer are they going to cut off their noses to spite their faces, both federally, nationally, locally, with not doing something, either reopening or passing a stimulus? How can they continue to do this, you think?
Not for long. People are not going to put up with it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're talking about food here. We're talking about rent. It's one thing to have weird policies. It's one thing to not let people get something to eat. That's the kind of stuff that creates riots and, real insurrections.
Thank you, Gamer Valine. Hey, guys, Arizona's a lost cause. California commies took over. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because, not that he's the soothsayer of all things, but if I was reading the tweets and such correctly, Razor Fist, who is rarely wrong about things, he was saying that Arizona was going to go completely red, and I was like, of all the people that I pay attention to on the internet on such things, sure, and apparently not. Like, let's see where it's. The
Times called Florida.
Times called Florida. Okay,
that's on the screen.
Let's see. So Arizona, 53-45 Biden with 76% in. So, Florida's been called by the New York. Okay, so 174. Okay, so the East Coast march is starting, guys. Georgia might not be called tonight because some 300,000 votes for Fulton County are being put on hold until tomorrow or something. North Carolina, if that's not called soon, I'll be surprised. Pennsylvania, 62% reporting, 57-41. That margin's growing for Trump. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's just walking away.
Oh, he's walking away with it.
I knew he would. I knew it. It was the only state that I was completely convinced that it was definitely going to be red.
He can still win without Georgia. If he gets Pennsylvania, he still will be over. No,
RCP just called Texas.
Oh, they did?
Oh my God.
Okay, so 38. He's well. If Texas is called, he's just crested over 200. So he's practically tied with Biden.
It's 223, 212.
Man, this is 2016 all over again. Although I'll tell you what, I don't. Maybe it's because I'm not listening to Mr. Medica or something, but I don't feel as giddily sort of excited about it, just because of the shock value of it or something. I don't know if that's
I think because in 2016 it was like you had everybody was like, you guys are gonna lose because America's great and you guys are bigots, and then they lost, like they fell in the mud, and then now we're like, oh, so now you're in the mud. Oh, how great it is. Tell me again about your all powerful. And also Hillary, she didn't come out and say, hey, I lost. She didn't even prepare a speech.
Yeah,
that's how smug they was. It was so smug.
Speaking of people not conceding or not admitting to defeat and everything, what happens to the Democratic Party after this? 2 major losses in a row to someone who is literally and considered, pejorative speaking, a game show host, to the major political party of this country. Do you think? Now I know this is a rhetorical question because I can answer it myself. Do you think this actually makes the Democratic Party have to look inward instead of looking for excuses to make on the outward for their failure here?
Not a chance.
No, that's not what politicians do.
I know.
No.
I know.
But that's what they need to do.
That's what they need to do. Yeah.
Yeah,
They can't win the argument anymore, or at least their tact. I mean, good God, Joe Biden. I never understood. Like, of all the people on the, I was thinking. I said this the time of all the people on the primary stage, the one person who, if I think about my own at the time, this is before the pandemic and everything, obviously, but if I thought about my own position and concerns in life, I thought, of all the people on that stage, I'd be more interested in seeing Andrew Yang win because at least A, he's not a fossil, and B, he has some idea of modern technology and the internet and what that means for free speech and so on. That was a big concern at the time for a lot of YouTubers because of what was going on with the COPPA and all that. And I thought if there's one person on that stage who might have an inkling on the issues that I'm concerned about, it might be Andrew Yang. Right. His UBI thing, he never sold me on his universal base, or at least his pathway there. Both Bernie Sanders and Andrew Yang, for all their promises, I thought, that sounds great. How are you going to convince Congress to pass that tax? Because the president can't just, snap their fingers and make a new tax appear. They have to get that approved.
UBI was his downfall.
Yeah, well, and then both him and Bernie Sanders, I never understood. Like they said, they're doing all these things, and I thought, okay, yeah, but you're not the only. How? And even if, like, I understand, like, before the presidential election, you don't know who's going to be populating the House or the Senate, but if you at least give me a skeleton of an idea of, like, this is how I intend to approach Congress to convince them to pass my tax plan for this thing. Can you at least give me that, Bernie? Never did. Can you at least give me that, Andrew Yang? He never did. So I was like, But
if I had to pick somebody, it would have been Tulsi, because I think she would have been the only person to go round for round with Trump.
Sorry, you cut out there. Who did you vote for?
If I were to pick somebody in the Democratic side, of course, Biden wouldn't have been it. It definitely, for me, would have been Tulsi Gabbard, because she's the only person who can really go toe for toe with Trump. He couldn't pin anything on her. He couldn't call her in a crazy Pelosi or Sleepy Joe. She's a veteran.
Yeah,
right. She has many things for him that he could not attack her, so that would be easier for her to win over anyone else.
Yeah,
right, but they hated her.
Yeah, although they hated her because she wasn't towing the line.
He killed her.
Yeah. The only thing I was ahead. I thought Tulsi originally would make a great running mate for Joe if he had to pick a running mate, because there was still my idea that between him and her, he could bridge the gap between the different sides of the Democratic Party a little bit. And also, even though it doesn't matter as much these days as it did in the olden days, him coming from the East Coast and her coming from the West Coast might have been a more unifying ticket. But even then, it's like, even if Tulsi rhetorically could have gone toe-to-toe with Trump, did I think that she was somebody I'd want to put my vote behind? And that's really what it comes down to. Like I said before, it's like, this person sounds great, but what is it that they're offering that the other person isn't? What is it about them that I think that I can put some confidence behind to put my vote behind? So it would have been neat to see Tulsi Gabbard either as I never believed she would become the nominee, but as a vice presidential candidate, possibly.
Yeah, she's the most likable person out of all of them. I mean, you saw that video of her in the airport playing the ukulele and singing. It was so endearing. You're just like, oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, truth be told, most of the videos I was watching, Tulsi Gabbard had her doing workout exercises. So but
well, that wasn't too bad.
No, that wasn't too bad. But
oh my God!
I don't know if that commends her to the presidency.
So I just want to tell you guys right now, Babylon B is temporarily shut down. Like their URL is shut down right now.
The URL is shut down.
Yeah.
Wow. Probably because they know anything they put out right now might actually end up being true. So that would ruin their reputation as a satire. So I was like, we're just going to take a break, guys.
Let me see. Can I?
Let's see. Anybody else right
Who's
now?
back up? I guess that one page.
Well, CNN's got Nevada being red, but it's only 2% in.
Oh my gosh. Well, no. Where's Clark County? Lander County Church.
Yeah, they haven't done Clark County yet.
Like I said, Clark County. The one argument I heard for Nevada going red, because if Clark County doesn't go red, it's probably not going to go red. The one argument I heard was, again, comes down to Trump saying reopen the economy, Biden indicating or otherwise saying shutdowns or lockdowns are still going to go forward because Las Vegas has lost so much money because of the lockdowns.
Yeah.
So much money because of social distancing and everything else that the argument was it's possible that Clark County could go red for the first time in a while, which I don't know.
I don't know why I haven't called Pennsylvania. The gap is huge.
Again, Pennsylvania is such a linchpin state for Trump. They don't want to get it wrong. And it's 62% reporting versus, I mean, I could understand not having at least 75% reporting for something as keystone as Pennsylvania, not calling it.
Well, I think it's also because they count the mail-in votes last, right?
Right, and that might take, again, and this is something else, chat. They've talked about it several times, and we haven't talked about it much tonight. There are some states here, Pennsylvania included, that the actual tally, at least a margin that the press and or other officials might feel comfortable calling it, might not be decided tonight. It is entirely possible that the number of absentee or mail-in votes that have yet to be counted will take longer than just tonight to come to a consensus on. So even though the pattern in Pennsylvania right now is going for Trump, nobody's going to feel comfortable doing that
because they obviously expect the mail-in votes to be for Biden, right? So that's why they're not calling it, I think.
Yeah, that's the prevailing theory, is that the people who actually went to the polls physically and so on are more for Trump because they're from the rural places and things like that. The mail-in votes from people who are staying in and following those laws and everything else might tip the balance. So again, pattern in Pennsylvania is looking really good for Trump, but we're only at 62%, and a large percentage of that's going to be mail-in and otherwise.
I think, and I also think I heard Pennsylvania stopped counting for tonight, so there will be no more information.
That could be it too, yeah.
Yeah. So I think they've gone home basically, and we won't hear anything more about Pennsylvania till tomorrow.
So is Georgia.
So what now?
Right.
So is Georgia.
Yeah. So Georgia stopped counting for tonight. So Georgia won't know. Pennsylvania won't know.
Yeah.
But again, mathematically speaking, I think I saw this somewhere else. If he gets Wisconsin and Michigan, North Carolina, and certainly Texas, he might not need Pennsylvania to win. Certainly if he gets Michigan and Wisconsin, but I don't know if they've stopped counting votes otherwise there. And I'm trying to look at the little updates on the side here to say if
it certainly looks like he's going to get North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina looks like it's definitely for Trump. Georgia's definitely trending that way. We won't know till tomorrow. Wisconsin 72%, and I mean Trump's lead is slim. It's like 110,000 votes, so it's not for sure yet. Michigan, he's up 300,000, but only 56% reporting. So a lot of these states, it could be the mail-in counts over the next day or two that decides it. So I like to say, the current trends looking really good for Trump, but everything could turn over if a lot of those mail-in ballots end up going for Biden.
Yeah.
So apparently in Portland right now, they got helicopters out for all the protests.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Can you wait till the result is in before you start protesting? No.
No.
Let's see what's on the little updates here. Let's see. A sign of confidence from Biden world. Rufus Gifford, one of the deputy campaign managers, tweeted shortly before midnight, "We're going to win." I don't believe people with the campaign when they tell me one way or the other.
Yeah.
Let's see. Atlanta won't finish its count tonight. Election workers in Fulton County who were counting absentee ballots went home for the night. A water line break delayed the count. Right. So we're not going to get any more out of Georgia. It is taking longer than expected to count the ballots in several places in Wisconsin because officials have found the machines do not count ballots as fast as they'd expected. Let's see. Georgia's in stasis for now. I don't know about Michigan.
Wisconsin says there's no way they are going to announce a winner tonight.
Okay.
I think I can call it. I might go to sleep.
Yeah, I was about to say, if Pennsylvania's called it for the night, if Georgia's called it for the night, if Wisconsin, Michigan, etc., kind of.
I just want to tag on Texas, which I don't know why they haven't rent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Texas seems like it should be a no-brainer at this point, but who knows? I'm going to give it another top. I'm going to go to the top of the hour, guys, and I'm going to call it for the night on the stream. I'll probably be paying attention elsewise until I fall asleep, but It's still technically up in the air. I mean, if you go by the current trends in the key states for a Trump win, Trump's looking good. But there's a lot of stuff still yet to be counted. And a lot of those places, Pennsylvania specifically, could still flip over to Biden depending on how things hash out in the next day or two.
Right.
So
what time do you have over there?
Well, I'm 7 minutes to 10 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Really? It's like 1 o'clock over here.
Yep,
we're Eastern.
Yep, West Coast, the left coast is the best coast, and here I am. But yeah, now I'm going to conk out because I'm usually asleep by now because I got to get up at 4 a.m. for work tomorrow, regardless. So
Yikes.
I'm going to have yeah. So
oh man, you can't wait to hear about it. Oh, how can America do this again? Oh my
Yeah.
God!
It's already started on Twitter.
oh yeah, again, just a couple of these things go Trump's way. Obviously, if he gets Pennsylvania, he's in good position. If Michigan and Wisconsin go his way, he doesn't need Pennsylvania mathematically as long as he gets North Carolina and Georgia. So, yeah.
And then, like where I work at, I work in a pretty left-leaning organization, and we had a meeting. And then this one guy, he stood up, and the first thing he said was how amazing his wife is. I'm like, bro, this is why I don't come to these meetings. Like, bro, is this? So I know I'm going to hear it.
My wife is amazing. Any closing thoughts on where we're at right now? I'll go down the list here. Joseph, anything else you'd like to add real quick?
Just waiting for this to be over.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering if the left's going to push for the popular vote again, because like Trump is not going to lose the popular. I don't think he's going to lose a popular vote this year. I'm just pretty happy that this be the last 4 years of this crap, because this has been a huge headache. And I don't think they're gonna say I'm already seeing right now people saying that Trump cheated. So it's just gonna be a huge headache.
Yeah, it's gonna be a repeat of everything else. Hammer, any last thoughts?
I really think everything that we see is basically going to end up the way we're looking at it right now, as far as that's concerned. As far as plugging myself, there's the Minions, of course, as always, broadcasting every night. But I'm working on a new project for the Minions because that's all we ever do is live broadcasts. So I decided to actually make some videos. So I have a whole project set up with a bunch of YouTubers, and about 2/3 of the way through the project. So I'm looking another month and a half, and I'll be able to release some content.
Cool. And for those of you that don't know, Minions of the Zoo, look them up on YouTube. They got one channel. They do. When do you guys broadcast again? Just for edification.
Every night, 11:30.
Every night at 11:30. They have a rotating zookeeper running the show. So take a look at that. You can find One Ton Hammer and several other people on there. Show started as a Lords of the Night after show, which was still I find very flattering, and I'm glad you guys are doing so well. Undoomed, anything you'd like to say before we sign off for the night?
No, I just hope that the popular vote coincides with whoever wins. So at least there's that, right? But
yeah, I said
I'm
that,
not holding my breath, but whatever.
No, I said that earlier on Twitter today. I said it's not likely, but I hope that whatever happens, it's a landslide, so we don't have 4 more years of people fighting over the legitimacy of everything.
Exactly.
It's not looking that way, and I didn't expect it to be that way, but hope springs eternal, as it were.
Yeah.
But anyway, everybody, thank you so much for joining me and Ranting Monkey and Satsu and P-Dog. And Yosef and Tailed Feature and Undoomed and One Ton Hammer for this long stream on election night. We won't know for sure the outcomes probably for a day or two, but if things continue as they are trending in the current states we're looking at, it might be another Trump win, which would be just it's going to be another apocalypse for people who were so certain of their moral rectitude over the last several months. And it's going to be more fundraising on either side of the equation, certainly for the next 4 years.
Well, one thing I do got to say is go to TYT. It's funny to watch.
Oh,
it's still going.
Yeah, TYT, watching them just absolutely lose their minds. I mean, I've only been able to watch the facial expressions in people, but yeah, watching the grimness and the sweat. And
that's probably going to be great comedy.
Oh yeah, even if Biden pulls this out, watching the overall just craziness of TYT especially will be something to watch. But anyway, everybody, I'm off to the wonderful world of bed. I hope all of you are too. Don't stay up and unless you have nothing else to do, I suppose. Remember, tomorrow night, per usual, will be on Monkey's channel at the regular time for Lords of the Night. That's 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, where we'll talk about the news of the day, which I'm pretty sure I know what we're talking about. News stories that you submit, what we've been up to on the internet, and then your questions. I may do a TED Excellence tomorrow. All depends on my energy level. We'll see and what else is going on. But I got one in mind that might be very useful for tomorrow, depending on how things hash out. Otherwise, everyone, I hope you are all safe and well. If you're not well, please get well soon, and we'll see you on the next one. Your lives make us sad, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.